I call this meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. We'll now move into section 2, swearing in. There is none. We'll now move to section 3, opening roll call.
Attendance is now open.
Okay, there are 27 members present. Before we move into section 4, messages from the student body president, I will recess the student senate for 10 minutes so that we can take our association photos. So we will be back at 5:41 p.m. So I recess this meeting for 10 minutes. Everyone follow Advisor Fonseca. I call this meeting back to order at 5:41 p.m. It is the opinion of the chair that all members are present. We will now move into section 4, messages from the Supervising President.
Upon recommendation by the Senate and by my authority, the following have been signed and filed as law. SB-68-146, an act to establish an international student mentorship program at Wichita State University. SB-68-159, an act to create student organization tier check process. SB-68-160, an act to establish a need-based higher education scholarship for rural students in Kansas. SB-68-165, an act to create a University Police Department Advisory Board. SB-68-166, an act to amend the bylaws for the Clerk of the Senate. SB-68-168, an act to amend the bylaws to restructure the Student Organization Council. SB-68-171, an act to appoint Sarah Lamatz as Associate Justice. And SB-68-176, an act to appoint Kayleen Villa Spencer as Associate Justice. Resolutions filed. Upon recommendation by the Senate and by my authority, the following have been signed and filed as law. AR-68-016, an act to address barriers to undergraduate research. That's the end of the messages.
Thank you. We will now move into section 5, messages from the Finance Commission.
The Commission has reviewed additional organizational funding and individual funding requests submitted by students and student organizations. Allocations were determined in accordance with SGA funding policies and eligibility requirements. For individual funding, the Commission allocated funds for 2 applications, one for IEEE Green Tech for $1,373.13, and one for We Local Conference for $738.10. For organizational funding, the Commission allocated funds for 1 application. The Commission funded the NEPSA WSU student organization for $1,400. These recommendations reflect each organization's compliance with SGA funding policies and their contributions to student engagement and development. The Finance Commission also approved Memo 68-017, Policy Note for the Non-Traditional Scholarship, Memo 68-018, Policy Note for the Unspent Cash Balances, and Memo 69-020, Policy Note for the Establishment of Funds to Hold Student Fee Funding. And that is the end of the messages.
Thank you. We will now move into section 6, recognition of the April Senator of the Month. Good evening, everyone. I hope your week is going well so far. For this April Senator of the Month, our Senate leadership has decided to recognize this senator for his contributions related to his legislation in the past month. One thing that Senate leadership noted was that he was very diligent in his research about his legislation, in addition to reaching out to other institutions to gather data regarding his scholarship initiative. Additionally, for his legislation, he has also reached out and collaborated with several different senators as well, in addition to working with the executive branch to ensure that the funding component is also passed as well. I would, of course, like to proudly present this Senator of the Month for April for his legislation. So congratulations to Graduate Senator Grant Phillips. We will now move into section 7, 3-minute floor speeches. In lieu of senators using public forum as a mechanism to address the Senate, any senator may seek recognition to give a speech on a subject of their choice, not exceeding 3 minutes in duration. 3-minute speeches are focused on specific topics. Senators may only hold the floor once during this period. Are there any senators that wish to speak at this time? Seeing none, we'll now move into Section 8, Public Forum. Public forum provides a chance for individuals to have the privilege of speaking before the Senate, limited to 3 minutes only. This is a time for the Senate to listen to what the committee has to say, and to that, we offer our undivided respect and attention. I would like to remind everyone that, although we allow the speakers the privilege to use this platform, the opinions of the speakers do not reflect the opinions of the association. Are there any individuals that wish to speak in public forum at this time? Seeing none, we'll now move into Section 9, Introductions and Reports, and we'll go to 9.1, Report from the Executive Branch.
Okay, so with this past week, Student Body President Wong met with Vice President David Miller. She is also currently focusing on transition efforts and preparing for upcoming transition meetings as well as the student fees budget proposal to KBOR on May 20th. For me, over the past week, FLC had their final event as well as their etiquette dinner. I am also working on the transitioning processes for the Student Body Vice President. We also wrapped up the Hardship Fund and Finance Commission. And lastly, we are currently reviewing the final fridge contract and prepping for next steps. Student Body Treasurer Bum is preparing for appropriation briefings this week and next, and also summer funding. Director of Legislative Affairs Arons attended the Publications Board meeting. Director Zhang released the SGA Insider newsletter and is currently finalizing the last issue, highlighting both the outgoing 68 session and incoming 69 session, and also completed a short branding guide along with transition materials. Director Gracia Alvarez is updating the SGA Connect dashboard with final feedback. Director of Health and Wellness Raju is preparing for the second Vision Care Clinic on April 29th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Director of International Student Affairs Safdar is holding a final collaboration meeting with Housing and Residence Life and conducted final outreach to international RSOs. Undergraduate Student Advocate Island is currently managing 6 active cases, including academic appeals and student employment concerns. And lastly, Graduate Student Advocate Khan has been assigned 3 new cases. Are there any questions? Yes.
We'll move into questions. Are there any questions? We'll go to Senator Maurer.
Yeah, sorry. I've never asked this before. It might be for Gabe or the president. What's the process look like for the proposal to K-Board? Is it like a meeting? Is it an email? If it is a meeting, is it live stream or open to the public?
Advisor Fonseca.
Yeah, great question. It is a live stream meeting during the Fiscal Affairs and Audit Committee of the board. Each of the 6 schools will present their overall tuition, and then their student government leaders will present their student fee packages. The committee will ask questions, things like that. It will be suitably presented again during the full board meeting, and then in June is when they'll take their full vote. But all of that is live streamed on the KBOR YouTube.
Are there any additional questions? Seeing no additional questions, thank you. We'll now move into 9.2, Report from the Speaker of the Senate. So good evening, everyone. Hope your day is going well so far. This is our last Senate meeting. So after today's meeting, we are done for this session. For me, I just have a few minor updates for what we've been finishing up from the legislative branch side of things. So the first thing is, as the Senate leadership team, we are concluding our transitions guides, and hopefully all the chairpersons are done by Friday, and writing letters to our successors as well. Additionally, from my end, I've been compiling some of the unfinished initiatives that you've been sending me within the past few days, so I've been compiling that up for the next Senate and next week's meeting to present to the full body as well. Additionally, we are having our concluding 101s with our advisors if we haven't done so already. Additionally, we've also been brainstorming different ways that we can communicate to whoever's the next speaker and other chairs on things that we can do better next session as well. One area that I've been looking at a lot more closely is survey results that you all hopefully did the survey last week, but we've been compiling that data, so I prepared some little information to provide to the next speaker about that as well, in areas that I could see improvement on and what areas you all said that we can have improvements on as well. And then additionally, we've been also updating the rest of our final records. So if you look at the agenda, it is a pretty substantial number of minutes, but we are concluding all the voting attendance records as well. So if you haven't gotten an email about attendance records, you probably would receive one within the next right after Senate, since a couple of them were scheduled to send out a little bit later as well. But if you believe there's anything wrong with the records, whether it's about your attendance or voting history, please let us know. Or after the session officially adjourns, I would email the clerk email and speaker email, so when the next folks come in, they can correct that in the next session as well. Additionally, if there were any minutes that were uploaded to the teams, they will go to approval for next week's Senate meeting in the next new session, but I will move into a recess right before we go to the consent agenda. Just make sure all the meeting minutes look up to date on there, because I know a couple different of us were working on the meeting minutes, so we'll make sure that looks right, and if there's any that are missing, I'll just pull those from consideration, or if there's any that we need to add on, because I was made aware there is another meeting minutes that needs to be added on, we'll prepare a motion for that as well. But finally, it's been a pleasure serving as your speaker for this session. We'll get into final remarks a little bit later in the meeting, but I've enjoyed working with every single one of you this session. And then after today's meetings end, this meeting ends, everyone that is present is more welcome to take the paper part of their nameplates home. Please don't take home the plastic portion, but you're more welcome to take the paper nameplates portion, and that also goes for the cabinet members sitting in the back as well. But that concludes the report that I had for today. Are there any final questions that you have for me? Are there any questions? Okay, seeing no questions, we'll now move into 9.3, report from the Senate chairpersons. And chairpersons, if you don't have a report, you can just say no report. But we'll move into the report from interim academic affairs chairperson Beam.
No report.
Perfect. We'll go to diversity, empowerment, and inclusion chairperson Ping.
No report.
Perfect. We'll go to government oversight chairperson Tawana.
No report.
Perfect. And then we'll go to student services chairperson Hanson.
No report.
Okay, perfect. We'll now move into 9.4, report from the central office.
No report.
Okay, we'll now move to section 10, the consent agenda, but before we move into approval of those items, I will recess the meeting for 10 minutes, so we'll reconvene at 6:03 p.m. So I ask that all the chairpersons that were on minutes or any other secretaries that worked on the minutes to come up, but I recess this meeting until 6:03 p.m. I call this meeting back to order at 6:02 p.m. It is the opinion of the chair that all members are present. I will take another 10-minute recess. We will reconvene at 6:12 p.m. I call this meeting back to order at 6:12 p.m. Apologies for the delay in sorting out the meeting minutes, but we will go to section 10, the consent agenda. So the updated agenda has been uploaded to the Teams, but I am pulling these following items from consideration, and it will have to go before next session for approval. I am pulling the April 15th, 2026 Senate meeting minutes, the April 1st, April 8th, March 6th, March 11th Diversity, Empowerment, Inclusion meeting minutes. I am pulling the Legislative Affair meeting minutes for these dates. August 22nd, August 29th, October 17th, November 21st, December 5th, January 26th, February 2nd, February 9th, February 23rd, March 23rd, March 30th, and April 20th. The following meeting minutes have been updated and uploaded to the Teams. October 17th for Legislative Affairs. October 17th, October 25th, November 7th, November 14th, March 9th, April 6th, and April 13th. Additionally, I will make a motion to add the April 1st, 2026 Senate meeting minutes for consideration on the consent agenda, and that has been uploaded to the Teams. Do I have a second for that motion? Seeing a second from Chairperson Hansen. I move to approve those, to add that to the consent agenda by unanimous consent. Are there any objections to that motion? Seeing no objections, that motion is adopted as such, so that will be added for consideration to the consent agenda. With that in mind, the meeting minutes that we have up for approval on the agenda are the April 1st meeting minutes, in addition to the ones that I mentioned that we added to the Teams, in addition to the ones that were already uploaded when we started our meeting. Are there any objections to the consent agenda? Seeing no objections, the modified consent agenda is adopted as such. We will now move into section 11, pending business. There is none. We'll now move into section 12, new business, and we'll move to 12.1. The clerk may read.
Act on request to approve SB-68-172, an act to grant chairperson emeritus status to Riley Hansen.
Good evening, everyone, once again. I hope your day has improved since the 20-minute break that you had in Senate. But I'm proud to present this legislation to grant Chairperson Emeritus status to Riley Hansen. For emeritus legislation, it is a time-honored tradition of the Student Government Association to bestow emeritus status upon retired leaders of the association, and a tradition reserved for those that exhibit outstanding commitment to the association and its ideals. I think when you think of chairperson, the example and epitome of chairperson for this session, you think of Riley. Riley has served in the Student Government Association for 3 years. So she has served as an at-large senator and honor senator on the Diversity, Empowerment, Inclusion Committee and the Accessibility Subcommittee as a pro temp or clerk in the 66th session, honor senator and pro temp for the Student Services Committee in the 67th session, and an honor senator and chairperson of the Student Services Committee for the 68th session. This session, Chairperson Hansen has sponsored. Well, in her time here at Wichita State, Chairperson Hansen has sponsored 6 pieces of legislation, co-sponsored 8 pieces of legislation throughout a total of 3 years of service to the association. Additionally, this year within the Student Services Committee, almost all the committee members were brand new members. So Chairperson Hansen has overseen the development of several senators within her committee this session. And you can see on the co-sponsors, several of her senators have joined on as co-sponsors as well, in addition to several members of Senate leadership and on the executive branch as well. Additionally, Emeritus Student Body President Kylie Howard has also joined on as a co-sponsor, and I have a few words from her as well. So, Emeritus Student Body President Kylie Howard has these words for Riley. I remember the first time that I met Riley when I was Speaker of the Senate interviewing her for a Senate position. I was immediately pleasantly surprised of how warm and comforting her energy was as we talked for the first time. Since that moment, Riley has been nothing short of incredible throughout her time in Senate. She is considerate, passionate, and brings such a safe presence in the student government office. She is not only a phenomenal student leader, but also a kind-hearted, pure soul who breathes life into any space she enters and uplifts those around her with such grace and effortless. I've watched Riley's journey from start to end in student government, and she is so deserving of recognition of her countless contributions to the space and to our campus community. Congratulations, Riley, from Kylie. Additionally, this session, Riley has been a star within our Senate leadership team as well, contributing heavily to our committing the whole sessions and senator development workshops that we had. This session, in addition to being a team player as well, Riley is one, if not one of the only senators that has had perfect attendance at every required event this session, in addition to perfect attendance for Senate committees and Senate meetings as well. So that has been a bright spot for our session. Additionally, she has demonstrated exceptional leadership in fostering collaboration across committees by organizing and presiding over joint committee meetings, ensuring that complex student issues are addressed as well. And she's been working very closely with her fellow chairpersons, key administrative stakeholders, such as Jamie Krasinger who is the Senior Director of Dining Services, Guy Schroeder, who's the University Police Chief, and the ADA Coordinator as well. Additionally, I cannot stress enough how much of an impact that Riley has had on her fellow senators in her time here at Wichita State as well. Additionally, you may have noticed in a copy of this bill we sent to, we added an additional person to that as well. So we added Matthew Patrick as well, which Riley is a big fan of, and we had an opportunity to meet earlier this session as well. But I will stand for any questions that you all may have about Chairperson Hansen's emeritus legislation. Are there any questions? Okay. We will now move into the debate period for this legislation. As this is emeritus legislation, I have deemed all emeritus legislation to be deemed timely, so it will be its first and final read as this is our last Senate meeting of the session. Are there any individuals that wish to speak in debate at this time? Senator Miller.
I'd just like to say that I've had the distinct pleasure of serving under Chairperson Hansen as long as I've known her. She's always given us the space and support to explore our own initiatives. Like Speaker Fawn said, she's helped many of us author our first piece of legislation, and in a way, she's one of our first mentors entering into Student Government Association, and I just feel extremely grateful that during my first session serving the Student Government Association, I got to do it with Chairperson Hansen.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak during the debate period? I'll go to Senator Winslow.
I just wanted to say when I first got to Senate and I was meeting with Riley before I even had my first Senate meeting as a one-on-one as my chairperson, she was very open to all of the ideas that I had, and she was always very willing to answer any of those questions that I had, and there were a lot of questions that I asked. But I couldn't think of a better way to honor her through this and her dedication and her willingness to help everyone within this Senate, no matter how experienced or how new they were. I just think she's an amazing chairperson, and I cannot express that enough.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in the debate? I'll go to Chairperson Tawana.
Yeah, I would like to point out the fact that I initially applied for Chairperson Hansen's position along with the rest of the chairs. And since none of us got that position, speaks merit of her capabilities. So I'll just say, I'd like to add that.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in the debate period at this time? I'll go to Senator Timms.
Yeah, when I first joined Senate, I showed up to committee and I was terrified. Everyone was dressed in suits and they were really competent, and I had no idea what I was doing here. And I walked into committee, and Chairperson Hanson had a big, goofy smile on her face and was nothing short of kind and welcoming, and she was just such an excellent human being. And I felt welcome. I felt like I could be in Senate, and I felt like there was nowhere I'd rather be because she made it feel comfortable, and she made you feel like you belonged there, and that hasn't changed. Every time I walk in the committee, she kind of brightens your day a little bit. She's just such an extraordinary person, and there's no one that I'd rather serve as pro tem under, and I'm kind of sad that I didn't get to be under her longer as her pro tem, but I'm honored that I did get to serve in the time that I did with her.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate? I'll go to Sir Sahi.
I would just like to kind of echo the sentiment that everybody else has been kind of saying. I think that entering SGA and Senate was it was a new experience, and it's something that was personally terrifying for me. I mean, you're entering a space you don't know, about things you don't know. And I remember my first chair meeting with Riley, and I was like, okay, I think this is a place that I could flourish in, and I think it's a place that I could be successful in. And she's continued to be a good leader and a good mentor, and has facilitated my transition. And so I'm just happy that we were able to write this legislation.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate? I'll go to Senator Hatch.
It's been a long journey, Riley. Senate Chairperson Hanson, I just want to say thank you for being such a bright spot for years and such a good friend. It's a little hard to keep composure talking about this, but I just wanted to say thank you.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate? I'll go to Senator Phillips.
So I don't necessarily have the same working relationship with Riley as some other people do. I'm not in her committee or anything like that, but she was one of the first people who spoke to me when I first came to the SGA lounge. I guess we're both yappers, so she just made me feel really welcome, from talking about SGA politics to German kids television shows. So I just wanted to get that out there, and that I support this.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate at this time? Okay, seeing Senator Lee.
I'm going to ask, is it possible to approve by unanimous consent?
It is possible, yes.
Then I will make a motion to approve by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to this motion? Seeing objections to Vice President Nguyen, we'll move back into the debate period.
This is my last one, man.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak in debate? Seeing none, we'll now move into the voting period.
Before we go to the voting period, the simple majority for today is 15 and 2/3 is 20. All emeritus bills only need a simple majority to pass. With that, voting is now open. With 28 yes, 0 no's, and 0 abstains, this bill passes. Congratulations, Senator Hanson.
We will now move into 12.2. The clerk may read.
Act on request to approve SB-68-173, an act to grant chairperson emeritus status to Jasmine Peng.
Hello, everyone, again. I'm proud to present this emeritus legislation for Jasmine Ting, who serves as our Diversity, Empowerment, Inclusion Chairperson. I think I've known Jasmine all in my entire time here in SGA. I remember the very first time I joined Senate, and after our appropriations meetings, I came up and apologized in public forum because I sent out wrong information to many student organizations. And I remember I was sitting outside the Senate chambers before the meeting started, and I was so nervous. I remember Senator Ping was sitting right outside, and she really helped with how I felt in belonging in Senate when I first started SGA. And I think throughout Chairperson Ping's tenure as a senator, that kind of exemplifies how welcoming she is within the Senate space. Within her committee, there are also quite a few of new senators in her committee as well, in addition to a lot of more experienced senators. So I think Chairperson Ping has done a great job this year in making people feel welcome to Senate. You always see her in the SJ office. You'll see her constantly at events as well. I think she has the second most events that she attended right after Chairperson Hansen. But Chairperson Ping has served in a couple different capacities in her time here in SGA. So she began her service in the association as a at-large senator and as pro temp of the Diversity, Empowerment, Inclusion Committee during the 65th session. She served as a at-large senator and on the Diversity, Empowerment, Inclusion Committee and Accessibility Subcommittee during the 66th session. And then in the 67th session, she began serving as a health professions senator and pro temp for the DEI committee. And then, of course, for the session, she continues serving as a health professions senator and served as a diversity, empowerment, inclusion committee. Additionally, this session as well, Chairperson Ping has been an active member of the Finance Commission, and this session, she has sponsored 3 pieces of legislation and co-sponsored 1 piece of legislation for the 68th session. Additionally, in the previous sessions, Chairperson Ping has co-sponsored a lot of different pieces of legislation as well. And a recurring theme that I see as I go through the shared drive and as I go through the SJ records is that Chairperson Ping has mentored a lot of senators in spearheading their initiatives and being a co-sponsor. Or I remember some of the different pieces of legislation where she provided a lot of guidance to senators in helping them run through the meeting and easing their nerves right before they present in Senate as well. Additionally, this year, within Senate leadership, Chairperson Ping has worked closely with not only me, but with the rest of leadership and collaborating with different initiatives that we have this session, but she also has heavily contributed into a lot of the conversations that we've been having regarding the at-large and underserved senator seat positions and communicating with our agencies throughout the processes as we began having those restructure conversations. Additionally, she's been instrumental, like what I mentioned, in mentoring different members as well. But I'm proud to call Chairperson Ping a friend, a mentor throughout my time here at SGA, and an inspiration, I'm sure, for many other senators within the Senate space as well. You can see that several senators also co-sponsor this legislation. I'm sure that all of the committee members have great things to say about Jasmine as well. But with that, I will answer any questions you all may have for me about Chairperson Ping's emeritus legislation. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions. We will now move into the debate period for this item. Are there any individuals that wish to speak in debate at this time? I'll go to Senator Parker.
I want to say that Chairperson Peng has made my first year in SGA a very welcoming experience. She makes committee meetings fun and productive, and it has truly been an honor to serve with her.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak? I'll go to Senator Haynes.
Yeah, so I have the pleasure of working with Chairperson Peng for 4 years. Yeah, I came to Senate 4 years ago. I found Chairperson Peng. Yeah, she been in this thing for a little bit, and I think since then, since I met her, she's really been kind of like a constant for us, especially like in the DEI committee space, and I think this is only right. She's been here, like I said, 5 years. Dang. And she's always been like welcoming to a lot of like the new senators, really helping them out. So I think this is only fair.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate at this time? I'll go to Senator Boyd.
So I'm in her committee, and I would like to say, as her favorite senator from the DEI committee, she's been a great mentor to my first year here in SGA. And yeah, she's also my favorite unk too, because you know, she's unk. And I would say this fits her wonderfully.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Artiaga.
Hi. So I'd like to say, first and foremost, thank you. You are one of those people who, first and foremost, helped me pass my first bill this year. So I'm very grateful for that. And we all know you were not the favorite, okay? Let's just get that clear out there. She made everybody feel welcomed. I am very appreciative to her and everybody else who helped me in this journey. As a person who was the first time being here in SGA, I had no clue what to do or who to talk to, so she was one of those people who guided me and never left me alone, even though when I was like, oh, I'm okay, she would be like, yeah, no, that's not gonna work. So I'm very grateful for that. Thank you so much for always sticking with us and always making the best out of all of us in committee. I'm pretty sure we're all very grateful of just the funny inside jokes we all have, and then just the way that you just try to make us feel welcome and have us understand everything the way that you were taught. So we're very grateful for that, and yeah, thank you so much. And I'm always glad to call you a mentor and a friend, and so and foremost, I'm pretty sure so is everybody else.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Naylor.
Yes, so obviously I'll be speaking in behalf of this. So Chairperson Peng, I first met through the Finance Commission, and she genuinely is the kindest, most authentic person you could ever meet. I truly don't know any time that I felt unwelcome by her. She has a bright smile that opens up any room, and she truly made my experience in SGA 10 times better because she was helpful through the student fees process. She's been helpful in committee, and she's definitely been helpful with all of my questions in Senate. And so truly she took that fear away of being in SGA and navigating my first year here at Wichita State away. So I'm very grateful that she's here, and she's very deserving of this.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate? I'll go to Chairperson Hansen.
I am. So a lot of you guys mentioned during my bill that I made you feel welcomed when you first started. Chairperson Peng was that person for me. I had the pleasure of being in the DEI committee and the accessibility subcommittee with her. I have always known that if I don't know anyone else in the room, I can go sit next to Chairperson Peng. If I need help or if I have a question that I'm kind of embarrassed to ask, I can go ask Chairperson Peng. Like, if I'm too scared to do something alone, even if it's as small as literally going out to my car to grab something, I know that she's willing to do that for me, and she's willing to do that for everyone in this room. So if anyone's deserving of this, it's her.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Chairperson Talana.
I'll also say what Chairperson Henson mentioned. My first interaction with her was during summer when we were going over the bylaws reviews of all the agencies, and in Finance Commission during appropriations. It was my first time in appropriations, so she helped me a lot on doing that. And other thing I'd like to appreciate her is going to the agencies interacting with all the agencies for the meetings, and especially during the restructuring phase of agencies during others. So I think she's done a great job communicating all the things from SGA side. And yeah, I'd like to conclude.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? All right, seeing no more, we'll move into the voting period.
Now open. With 28 yeses, 0 noes, and 0 abstains, this legislation passes. Congratulations, Senator Peng.
We will now move into 12.3. The clerk may read.
Act on request to approve SB-68-174, an act to grant President Emeritus status to Jia Wen Wang.
Okay. I'm going to go first before I cry, but I am proud to present the emeritus status to Jia Wen Wang. There are leaders who serve in this role, and then there are leaders who truly transform it. And Jia Wen is someone who has done exactly that. During her time as student body president, Jia Wen had led with intention and resilience. She has navigated extremely difficult conversations with such grace and truly strengthened relationships with university administrators and enhanced the student experience overall. She has created space for others to be heard, for students to feel empowered, and always reminded us what it means to have purpose. She stepped into complex student situations even when she didn't have to, simply because she knew it mattered and because she cared. And she didn't just stop at advocacy. She worked to fix the processes behind those challenges, ensuring that future students would have a better, more equitable experience. She also understood the importance of connection and community, and through her efforts, she helped create opportunities for students to build stronger relationships with our overall campus, fostering a greater sense of school spirit, belonging, and pride across campus. Jia Wen, you didn't just lead, you showed us what leadership is supposed to look like. It is not about obligation, but about choosing to step in. It is not about recognition, but about responsibility, and I could not think of anyone more deserving of this honor.
I will also echo many of Vice President Wynn's sentiments. When I first joined in SGA, in my second year at SGA, I joined the Finance Commission, and one of the core memories of Finance Commission is me telling a bunch of people wrong information. And I remember when Jia Wen pulled me into her office, like, Matthew, we need to talk about what we're doing here. So I was super scared at first, I admit. But as time went on, Jia Wen, you made me feel welcome in this Senate space, felt welcome in SGA. Throughout the sessions, I think we've all juggled different roles, and throughout each step of the way, whether it's serving as the student body treasurer, serving as student body president, you have always made SGA a space that feels welcoming, inclusive to everyone that's here in this space. I can't say that any other when you think of someone that serves as a student body president, that serves on behalf of the student body, they all think of you. So with this emeritus legislation, I think not only that you deserve this honor, but it also encapsulates everything you've done for your administration, everything that you've done for others. Because oftentimes you don't see the stuff that goes on behind the scenes for SGA. Not every student sees the sacrifices that you put in to Senate, to being in every Senate meeting, all the cabinet meetings that you have, all the behind the scenes stuff. So it's only fitting that you receive this honor as well. But another thing that I would like to highlight for the legislation itself, if you ever go back in the shared drive, President Wong has an insane number of sponsored and co-sponsored bills. So if you tally up the total of number of bills that President Wong has written this session, for the 68th session, President Wong has sponsored 22 pieces of legislation and co-sponsored 4 pieces of legislation for the 68th session. And her entire time here in the Student Government Association, President Wong has directly sponsored 280 pieces of legislation and co-sponsored 107 pieces of legislation in her time here at Wichita State. I think that probably is pretty close to the record, if not the record, for most bills sponsored and co-sponsored here at Wichita State. Additionally, some highlights for each session is that President Wong also participated in the Senate Task Force for Senate Restructuring and sponsored the Senate Restructure Act in the 65th session, which significantly changed many of our Senate structures for future associations. In the 66th session, President Wong led the association through student fees and a difficult appropriations process, which was a little bit of my fault. Demonstrate her leadership, patience, and adaptability in responding to needs in the student body. President Wong was also instrumental in developing the Special Projects and Capitals Fund, the Capital Fund, and the Major Events Fund for what it is right now. So when you see the policies that we have in place, when you look through the bylaws, when you see the precedent that we've gone through for our Student Government Association, President Wong is largely responsible for all of those items as well. Additionally, last session, President Wong led our association through various challenges such as the $900,000 shortfall, a restructure of our funding policies, and led a funding task force as well. Additionally, this session, President Wong has also represented the Association at Higher Education Day, the monthly K-Board and SAC meetings, and many, many, many other events on behalf of the association. Additionally, this session, President Wong appointed 5 associate justices, among several other notable achievements, and established and funded the Legal Services Program. We all know that President Wong is a tireless and dedicated leader to our Student Government Association, contributing hundreds, if not thousands, of hours serving the student body as well. Additionally, as we were writing this legislation, Vice President Nguyen and I thought it would be fitting to provide some words of encouragement from different association members that have served with President Wong throughout the years. The first individual that I will read off for is the former, here, let me pull up the remarks real quick. Okay, so the first one is from Olga Lesnick, who was the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee when President Wong was first serving as a senator. So here's what Olga's remarks of what she had to say. I had the pleasure of meeting Jolyn Wong during her first year at student government as a member of the Budget and Finance Committee. It didn't take long to witness her developing passion for advocacy. From the very first day, Jolyn was eager to serve, and when needs arose, she stepped up and led the way with exceptional work, whether by taking minutes, asking hard questions, or making a case for students' causes. In her work, she was diligent, dependent, attentive, and most importantly, compassionate to the students, putting them first. I am honored to have known Jolyn and to have had the opportunity to see her grow and develop into an outstanding leader that she is today. I also have remarks from Emeritus Student Body President Kylie Hauer. For Jolyn, if there is one word I can think of that describes Jolyn Wong, it's fearless. From the day that I met Jolyn, I was beyond impressed of who she was. And I've been honored to get to know her more throughout our shared time in student government. Jolyn is dependable, she is meticulous, and she is unapologetically authentic. She's an outstanding leader, and she is a caring friend. She gives so much of herself to the things and people that she is passionate about, and that becomes so clear when looking at how much of herself she has given to the university through her terms as student body president and student body treasurer. Jolyn not only deserves recognition through emeritus status, but so much more in life. I'm so proud of Jolyn's accomplishments, and even more proud to call her a friend of mine. Congratulations on the amazing term and the impact that you have had on this community. You deserve this. Sincerely, Kylie.
There's also words from former Speaker of the Senate, Gregory Van Dyke Jr. I am writing to offer my full and enthusiastic support for Jolyn's nomination for emeritus status. During my time serving as Speaker of the Senate, I had the distinct privilege of appointing Jolyn as a senator. And from the very beginning, it was evident that she brought a rare combination of commitment, thoughtfulness, and purpose to the role. Since that time, she has continued to grow and lead with excellence, both as a senator and now as student body president. Jolyn's contributions extend far beyond what is often seen or formally recognized. She has consistently invested her time and energy into improving not only the student experience at Wichita State, but also the broader Wichita community, often without expectation of acknowledgement. Her willingness to serve in spaces where the work is demanding and the recognition is minimal speaks volumes about her character. What has always stood out most is her reliability and discipline. Even while balancing responsibilities outside of campus, including supporting her family through work at her family restaurant, she has remained steady, present, and dependable in her leadership. She shows up, follows through, and leads with consistency in a way that is both admirable and uncommon. Additionally, Jawan carries herself with a level of maturity, discernment, and wisdom that surpasses her years. She approaches leadership with intention, listens with care, and makes decisions with both thoughtfulness and integrity. These qualities have not only strengthened the Student Government Association, but have also left a lasting impact on those who have had the opportunity to work alongside her. It is without hesitation that I say she is more than deserving of emeritus status. This recognition would be a fitting acknowledgement of her sustained excellence, selfless service, and the meaningful legacy she continues to build.
And finally, we have remarks from former Student Body President Iris Okiri that Advisor Fonseca will read.
Dear 68th session, I first met Jawin Wong as a freshman entering the 65th session as a senator at Wichita State University. From the start, her drive and thoughtfulness stood out. I had hoped to bring her onto my Diversity, Empowerment, and Inclusion Committee, but due to scheduling, she joined Chairwoman Olga Lesnick's Budget and Finance Committee. Quote, she stole her from me. While on the Budget and Finance Committee, she quickly proved to be an incredible asset, contributing impactful resolutions and initiatives that strengthen student processes. I know Iris is watching, so I'm going to say, it's an interesting way of saying that, Iris. You had to be there. When I ran for Student Body President in the 66th session, Jawin was the first person I thought of for treasurer. She served in that role with excellence across 2 sessions, demonstrating consistency, leadership, and trustworthiness. Appropriations are tough, but she has led and simplified that process immensely. So it came to no surprise when I received a call in fall 2024 sharing her decision to run for Student Body President. If you think of someone who embodies emeritus status within our governing body, Jawin Wong is that individual. She is the kind of leader you keep in mind, not just for now, but in the future. She is a lifeline, and I strongly urge you to do just that. In shocker spirit, Iris Okiri, 117th Student Body President.
But with that, we will take any questions if anyone has any. Okay, we'll move into the debate period. Are there any individuals that wish to speak in debate at this time? I'll go to Senator Haynes.
Yeah, I have had the pleasure of working with President Wong for a long time. I saw when she came to the Senate, and granted, her first couple meetings, she was a little mean, but under all the meanness, there was a real passion to serve the students, and I will co-sign the words of President Emeritus Okiri. She was in fact stolen. Thank you. But seeing her and her growth as student body treasurer, where she had to make the tough decisions but keep the students in mind, and seeing that drive to serve the students transfer over into her presidency has truly been something amazing to watch. She's an amazing person, an amazing leader. Proud to call her my friend. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, boss lady. Thank you.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate? I'll go to Chairperson Peng.
Hi, Jawin. For those who don't know, I've watched Jawin grow up since, I believe, middle school. She went to school with my little brother, and watching you become the amazing woman you are now, I'm trying not to cry because I've known you for that long, and oh my gosh, time has flied. Seeing you be the amazing woman and leader you are now, I'm so proud of you, and you're going to be doing such amazing things in life, so this is definitely granted for you.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate at this time? I'll yield my time to undergraduate Advocate Island.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to put my full support behind having Jawin receiving emeritus status. I'm trying to keep it together, but even knowing Jalwyn in her time as a treasurer, I've told her I was so intimidated by her when I first met her. She knew how to command this space when sharing her decisions behind finances and always standing behind her decisions, and just seeing how she had the confidence to stand before people in those situations was always so inspiring. And there's no one else I can imagine having as my mentor, as my friend. Seeing the way that she guides our cabinet members, inspiring us to become better people every day and to try our hardest, and always remembering that it always comes back to the students at the end of the day. And so following in her footsteps in this next section is going to be really hard, but I'm definitely going to miss having her around and knowing that she's always in my corner to turn to.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate? I'll go to Sarah Beatty.
So I first interacted and met Jalwyn 2 to 3 weeks before student fees last year. So similar to a lot of other sentiments, the Jalwyn I originally met, I thought was very, I guess, like uptight and very focused on what was going on. And I know that sounds bad, but in the context of the situation, going into student fees and then the deficit in student fees, it really became clear that it wasn't this uptightness out of personality, but as a drive to make sure that her work is good and quality and serves the student body. And so I think that's something that I really experienced with Jalwyn, where initially I was a little put off because I was like, I think she hates me. Like on the first day of student fees, she criticized my shoe choice, so I went home and changed my shoes. But really, after all these initial interactions, just the care is something that just emanates from Jalwyn, the care and dedication. And so, yeah, I'll be supporting this.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate? I'll yield my time to Director of International Affairs, Safdar.
Wonderful. Well, good evening, everyone. I'll keep it very short. You see a PhD student standing in front of you, not in his research lab and sitting with you guys just because of President Wang, because the student engagement for undergraduate student is very evident. You see a lot of students involved, but when it comes to engaging graduate community, it's one of the challenges that I'm sure every university struggle with. But the way President Wang has encouraged a graduate student like me to consider something like being in cabinet with her and contribute my time meaningfully to a lot of initiatives that we worked on. And anything that I proposed to her, I had the support, I had the feedback that I needed, and I did a lot of work that I couldn't imagine I'll be able to do as a student. A lot of things that even faculty and staff members and people in leadership cannot think about doing. And I did all of this just because of the support I had. And I really appreciate all the support, and I wish you all the very best for all the journeys ahead, and I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate at this time? I'll go to Senator Phillips.
I just want to emphasize the care President Wong has for the senators and the work they do. Back a couple weeks ago, before my legislation went up for second read, we arranged a meeting where she would ask questions to help better prepare me. And Chairperson Tawana can agree with me on this. During that first time when we were practicing, there was a lot of uhs or maybes or I don't knows. And I just want to thank her for helping me with that, because if that wasn't the case, I would have bombed on the second read.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate? I'll go to the Director of Athletics, Patrick Murphy.
Hi, Joanne. Yeah. So, April or May of last year, the director of athletics position was created. Legitimately, no one really had any idea of what it was going to be, but you were like, hey, try applying for this. So I mulled it over for a bit and decided to go for it. And I'm so thankful that you pushed me for that. You believed in me more than I don't think a lot of other people did, at least when it came to that specific avenue. And I've found a real passion for this. I mean, I've already loved sports for as long as I can remember, but actually being able to use that love and passion for something tangible is really, really great. The fact that you had that foresight to see this is something that needs to be addressed and it's being addressed is something really, really incredible. I don't want to speak on behalf of them, but I'm sure the athletics department is really grateful for the work that you've done. So yeah, on behalf of myself and not on behalf, but basically on behalf of athletics, thank you.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? Seeing none, we'll now move into the voting period.
Okay, it's open. With 28 yeses, 0 noes, and 0 abstains, this legislation passes.
We will now move into 12.4. The clerk may read.
Act on request to approve SB-68-175, an act to grant Vice President Emeritus status to Amy Nguyen.
LOL. Uno reverse. It is our honor and pleasure to come before you all to present Vice President Nguyen's emeritus legislation. One day, in the shared space of the SGA office, a bright, energetic ball of a person ran up to me, said hi, and promptly hugged me. At that time, I did exactly 0 hugs, especially with a person whom I had no idea about. And that person's name is Amy Nguyen. Although I really hated the hug, I admired her friendliness and the way she seemed to brighten up everyone's day. I remember when Amy first started as a student body vice president, she hadn't had experience in the legislative branch side. Watching her grow in her role, though, I am so proud to see her every Wednesday night supporting Speaker Fawn and leading the Senate, but also being able to take over proceedings at times. Not only that, she has also been instrumental in leading the executive branch, taking over responsibilities of unfilled cabinet positions, mentoring cabinet members, and guiding the Freshman Leadership Council, all while balancing her own initiatives with the Shocker Fridge project. She handles everything with such grace and kindness, setting new standards in each of the roles that she serves in. She is someone I admire every single day.
I would also like to echo President Wong's sentiments. I had the amazing opportunity to serve and work with Amy, not only in SGA, but in some of our organizations as well. When I first met Amy, I remember distinctly it was a community service board meeting. I came in, so I had no idea what I was getting into walking in the meetings. I don't know, I'm just joining a bunch of clubs. I want to meet a bunch of different people. And then Amy was one of the very first people that I met on campus that wasn't in any of my classes. So from that, the minute I met Amy, such a welcoming, warm person, one of the warmest people that I've ever met. It's been a blast serving with Amy this session and for the legislative branch. I think sitting next to Amy is one of my favorite parts, and Isaiah, of course. It's one of my favorite parts of Senate every week, and Amy always says that sometimes when she laughs. She doesn't like hearing herself laugh. But it's one of my favorite parts of coming into the SJ office, being next to you in Senate as well. Additionally, Amy has done so much for the student body. For the past few sessions, I had it was an absolute joy serving with you last session, with you being on my cabinet, and the amount of engagement and outreach events that we've done throughout the years. I think we were at around 55 or so, somewhere around there, when we reached out last session, and the amount of care and dedication that you put into every single thing that we have this session and previous sessions has truly made an impact on others. One really amazing example is the Freshman Leadership Council. So this session, Amy took over in that cabinet position and really formed that deep relationship with her mentees. Today you can see we had a lunch at President Muma's house with FLC and Law of Leadership. You can see their passion, their love for SJ, but also the care that they take for each other as well. And you built that community, you built that environment where they feel comfortable being in the Senate, not only the Senate space, but putting events, having different collaborations with each other as well. And I can say for within this Senate, you make this Senate a much more welcoming space as well. I think most of, if not all of Senate has the opportunity to meet with you, even if it's just in passing. I can probably, and you'll probably hear a little bit later, but each and every senator, I would say, has been touched by you, touched by your impact, even if it's not a direct impact. The example that you set for leadership has truly changed our Student Government Association. I'm also proud to say that I think that between the two of us, you're the better vice president within the past few sessions. And I think with similar sentiments, I think we have a couple words from previous individuals that served with you in previous sessions. So I have remarks from Emeritus Student Body President Kylie Hauer. To Amy, I think it is safe to say that you can ask anyone on this campus who Amy Nguyen is, and they will be able to tell you. She is a friendly face, a reliable friend, and a dedicated member of every one of the 2 million plus new organizations she is a part of. I've never met someone more eager to give than Amy. She is generous enough to share so much of her time, energy, and presence, blessing any person she talks to and any role she commits to. Amy is an absolute firecracker because she lights up any room she walks into. Amy leads by example, and judging by the impact she has left at Wichita State, I would also say she's a pretty impossible standard to surpass. I'm proud to endorse Amy Nguyen's recommendation for emeritus status because she perfectly embodies what it means to be a member of Shocker Nation. Congratulations, Amy. Sincerely, Kylie. We also have some remarks from former Student Body President Iris Okiri.
Dear 68th session, when you think of someone deeply involved and consistently making an impact, Amy Nguyen immediately comes to mind. As the current student body vice president at Wichita State University, she had the remarkable ability to balance multiple roles while bringing people together and getting results. Whether it's student government, campus organizations, or professional commitments, Amy approaches everything with intention, energy, and follow-through. In my tenure, I had the opportunity to introduce Amy to the Student Government Association when I ran for student body president, selecting her as my director of public relations. She quickly became my right hand, ensuring communication was clear, timely, and effective. Quote, and yes, helping manage a few scandals, jokingly speaking. She wants me to say this, but don't be mad at me, Cass. She said, by the way, how's the sunflower? I think because you guys were busy that year. What truly sets Amy apart is how she treats people. She makes sure every voice is represented and heard. When considering emeritus status, you want someone who is both a mover and a unifier. Amy Nguyen is exactly that, and I highly recommend her. In Shocker spirit, Iris Okiri, 117th Student Body President.
Additionally, I think another thing that I would like to highlight about Amy is that when she meets with students, she takes the time to not only get to hear their concerns, but gets to know each student personally as well. This year, in addition to her role as Vice President, as President Wong mentioned, she also took on the duties for Chief of Staff role. So that also includes maintaining records and communication between our branches. She also helped strategically plan satellite campus visits to strengthen student engagement, work with the deans of the colleges to streamline and understand the needs of academic affairs as well. For the Chief of Staff role of maintaining records is no easy feat, juggling Chief of Staff responsibilities, leading the Freshman Leadership Council, in addition to being Student Vice President, in addition to her other involvement in her other organizations as well. And if you go anywhere on campus, even if you don't see Amy in person, you'll see her face somewhere, anywhere on campus. So the impact that she's had, even as for the wider Wichita State community, is not to be understated. Anything else? But we'll take any questions that you all may have about this legislation. Okay, seeing none, we'll move into the debate period. Are there any individuals that wish to speak in debate? I'll go to Senator Otten.
So I had the pleasure of meeting Amy when we were both seniors in high school. We were both competing for the Distinguished Scholarship Invitational, which is a scholarship competition here. And after getting to spend only a few minutes with Amy, I knew that she would make an impact on this campus. I'm trying not to cry. But after that competition, it was so incredibly just impactful for myself as a leader to watch her grow within student government, but across the campus. And she was always somebody that I looked up to, whether she knew it or not. And I knew she would make a really big impact on everybody that she met on Wichita State's campus. So of course I'm in favor of this, not only because of the work she's done for the university, but also just how kind of a human being she is.
One thing that I forgot to mention was the volume of legislation that Vice President Nguyen has worked on even just this session. So this session, she sponsored 16 pieces of legislation and co-sponsored 102 pieces of legislation this session. And that includes includes the food chakra fridge initiative, but additionally, through her efforts in Freshman Leadership Council, next session, there'll be 3 senators from Freshman Leadership Council and 1 associate justice as well. So that also speaks to her testament of leadership, and not only in her role as vice president, but in developing and supporting student leaders here on our campus as well. Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll yield my time to Chief Justice Leslie Hernandez.
Okay, I'm a crier and Amy's a crier, so I'm not going to look over at her. I've known Amy since high school. We were both on the Wichita Mayor's Youth Council. This was when I was a junior in high school and she was a senior, so I've known her for a long time. And honestly, it has been amazing to see her spark never die, no matter how busy she's always is. I want to emphasize, I don't know how Amy sleeps, eats, breathes. I don't understand it. I really don't. And she's always bright, she's always cheerful. No matter what's on her mind, she never lets you know. So she's very positive, and she's always hugging people. I wanted to, with President Wong, she's always hugging people, and I'm not the most bubbly person, so it's over the years I've had to learn how to be bubbly for Amy. So even in our text messages, my messages are in all caps, probably only for Amy. So I just wanted to say that I fully support this, and I think it's cool that I get to speak on behalf of this on the court. So yeah.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate? I'll go to Senator Miller.
To describe the friendliness and levity that Amy brings to any space can be described as nothing short of extremely impressive. She is a caliber of person that when you meet her, it immediately feels as though she is giving you her full attention. And it is just so incredible getting to meet Amy. And I feel extremely grateful that I've gotten to work with Amy throughout this session.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate? I'll go to Senator Haynes.
Yeah, Vice President Nguyen is also somebody that I've known for a very, very long time. And meeting her, when I first met her outside of the SJ space, we were passage mentors together, and that week was a lot. Shout out to Caitlin. That week was a lot, and Amy's like consistency of just like her effervescence was really just there, and she really like brought the whole mood of the team up. And since then, as a non-hugger, certified non-hugger, truly one of the few people that can get a hug on me is Amy. And just her friendship, her work ethic, because like Chief Justice Hernandez said, she's in like 80 million different things, y'all. She's Greek Woman of the Year, period. She's also chapter president for her sorority while being on community service board, while being vice president of student body, all that in a bag of chips. If it's somebody to give this to, it's Amy. So yeah.
Are there any additional individuals that would like to speak at this time? I'll yield my time to Health and Wellness Director Anushka Raji.
I'm gonna try not to cry, but bear with me. I have also known Amy for a very long time. We first met, it was at the Distinguished Scholarship Invitational. I had tinsel in my hair, and this girl comes up behind me and she goes, "I like the tinsel in your hair." And I said, "Who?" Little did I know that that interaction would lead to whatever the past 4 years have been. It's been said multiple times that Amy does a lot of things, which she does, but every single thing that she does with an incredible amount of heart. Every interaction that she has, every conversation that she has is incredibly personal, and she does that with so much love, and she has so much love for the people in her life and every single person that she interacts with. I can speak for a lot of us when we say we look up to Amy, and I feel incredibly lucky to not only call you my role model, but to call you my best friend. Use code Amy-Wen10 to get your Awala today. Yeah, that is all. Thank you.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate at this time? I'll go to Senator Bainey.
To continue to testify to how welcoming and bubbly Amy is, it doesn't matter where I am, whether it's on campus, walking to classes, doing homework, anywhere, and Amy sees me, she makes it known that she sees me. She acknowledges me, she says hi, she asks how I'm doing. Everything in like a matter of 10 seconds. It's right there. And so you almost kind of got to be on your feet with how much, it feels like Amy's everywhere. And anytime you're walking, she says hi, and she has to make it known that she knows who you are and where you are. And so I just, to show how welcoming she is, that's my experiences with Amy.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Boyd.
I would also like to say how good Amy was. Before I even thought about joining SGA, I met Amy tabling, and she pretty much told me about SGA and why I should join. And then every single day I would see her at like the flats, everything else, and be like, "Oh, have you thought about joining?" And then one day I was like, I got elected, and I told her, and she was so happy for me. So just her being that one of those guiding forces to get me here in SGA is the reason why I think she should be up for this legislation.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Winslow.
So I had the pleasure of Amy being the very first person from SGA that I ever met. And it was before I even joined SGA, and I went and met with her, and I had a meeting. And my first impression was, well, I didn't really have one because she canceled our meeting. But she was so, to speak to the type of person she was so apologetic. I just want to point out, this wasn't inconvenient to me at all. It was okay. But she was so apologetic, and she was just really willing to make up whatever it was that, whatever meeting we had. And then when I eventually met her, the actual first impression I got was just this person that truly cares about whoever it is that she's talking to, about whatever it is she is talking about. And she is also the kind of the person that got me into SGA. And I don't know who I could thank more for that, because I probably wouldn't be here had I not met with you. And I just want to thank you for that.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Chairperson Tawana.
I'll just talk about the impact she made on me. I'm not the biggest matcha lover, but seeing her bring a matcha at every meeting, I gave it a second chance, but I still haven't liked it.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Chairperson Payne.
For those who have not had the pleasure to go through to the SGA office this session, whenever you enter the SGA office, you can always hear someone laughing and immediately running to the door or giving you a big hug. That is definitely Amy. She is definitely that person that you could always hear laughing throughout the office. She makes it known she is in the office with her bubbly personality, and I can definitely confidently say that she makes the office a little bit brighter with no windows. If you've ever been there, seriously, there's no windows in there. But she is that sunlight in the office with her bubbly personality. She always checks up on everyone, makes sure everyone is okay, and I think I can speak for everyone that I motion to approve this using unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to this motion? Seeing no objections, is adopted as such. We will now move into 12.6, 12.5. The clerk may read.
Act on request to approve SB-68-177, an act to grant Speaker Emeritus status to Victoria Owens.
Is the author here ready to speak? You have the floor.
It's a very touchy-feely day today, isn't it? Heck of a last Senate meeting. Hello, everyone. I hope all of your days are going well. I'll try to keep this short for everyone, including my own composure. I am here to sponsor legislation for emeritus status for former Speaker Victoria Owens. Victoria had to step away from SGA this year due to time constraints. However, she has spent years of her life being an excellent example of what a member of SGA should be. She's a two-time chairperson for both Student Services and Academic Affairs, as well as a former speaker who has gone above and beyond in every role she has had on campus. She is a member of the Finance Commission, Hardship Fund Committee, and if we went over every piece of legislation she has written on or been a significant part of, we would be here for a very long time. She has served the students of WSU in other ways, such as being a resident assistant and a leader in multiple organizations on campus, such as the Disability Rights, Education Activism and Mentoring, or DREAM. She has dedicated much of her life to serving people on and off campus, while also always making time to teach and promote other senators, regardless of her schedule. She makes everywhere she goes and inviting an open space for everyone involved, and fosters open dialogue, being inclusive of even the smallest voices in a room. She is a bright spot on campus, and I am proud to call her my friend. She embodies what emeritus status should be and has more than earned the title. I just hope you all will vote yes on this bill, as recognizing outstanding work is the bare minimum that we can do to give people their flowers, as we have done for the rest of the night.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, see no questions, thank you. We'll now move into the debate period on this item. Are there any individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Miller.
To capture the essence of what makes Victoria such an incredible person is an insurmountable task to do, because when I tell you for those who have not had the pleasure of serving alongside Victoria, she really represents excellence in the student government space. As long as I have known her, she has been fearless in advocating for her fellow students. She has been extremely inspirational to me moving into the Senate space, and I ask myself frequently as I'm moving through the Senate space, what would Victoria Owens do? Because really, she has been such an influential piece in the Student Government Association, and I'm really happy that Senator Hatch wrote this bill, and I think you should vote yes on it.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Timms.
To echo the sentiments already voiced here, unfortunately, I was only able to serve in the same committee as Victoria Owens for a few weeks, and I was really bummed about that because every time that woman opens her mouth, I'm blown away. She never fails to amaze me with how thoughtful, intelligent, empathetic, organized, caring, and compassionate she is. Every single thing she does is done with intentionality and with others at the core of it. She is motivated by nothing but kindness, and she lives her life by the principles that I think we all should, and that is to serve others and do what's in the best interest of all people. And so when I think of someone who deserves emeritus status, I think of Victoria Owens, who is fierce and unending in her battle to ensure that all people are treated properly and that no one is left behind or forgotten, and she does everything she can to ensure that people are treated with kindness and respect.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Haynes.
Yeah. Dang, I'm like a broken record. I've had the pleasure of working with Victoria for a long time, and coming into SGA, Victoria was, I believe, academic affairs chairperson. Yes. So seeing her in that capacity really, by when Senate had 6 committees, it was easy to kind of get lost in the shuffle. And Victoria always made sure that the work that she was doing and the work that her committee did was always to stand out. And then moving on, like, when we talk about truly being a champion for accessibility on this campus, it's really one person that comes to mind, and that's Victoria Owens. She's always been kind of like a nice, bubbly like center for Student Senate, and I think that she deserves this. Also, she beat me in the election for speaker, so if I'm going to lose to an emeritus status. Thank you.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? Okay, seeing no more debate, we'll now move into the voting period.
Voting is now open. With 20 yeses, 1 no, and 7 abstain, this legislation passes.
We will now move into now actually 12.6. The clerk may read.
Act on request to approve SB-68-178, an act to grant Chief Justice Emeritus status to Leslie Hernandez.
It is my honor and privilege to present this bill. I saw the esteemed Chief Justice Hernandez for the first time when she was getting confirmed as the Chief Justice in the 66th session. I was immediately struck in awe. Her confidence and demeanor was and still are everything I aspire to be. I have been so honored to serve alongside Leslie. Her passion and dedication to the students are evident in every single conversation, every action, and every decision she makes. This association has been incredibly lucky not only to have her lead, but also mentor the next generation of justices.
I once again will echo President Wong's sentiments about Leslie. Leslie, you are such a caring, amazing, and outspoken person that in our Student Government Association. As a Chief Justice, you have been such an instrumental part to our Student Government Association and a two-term Chief Justice, to say the least as well. Additionally, Leslie has presided over 22 cases, presided personally over 8 cases, and this year we try to keep her a little bit more busy. At least we tried our best. But Leslie has been the epitome of being able to not only be fair to the students that come in, but also the care that she takes in onboarding her new justices, making them feel welcome. And in the office, when Leslie is there also, you feel the welcoming presence of Leslie as well. Additionally, I will, next session, I will definitely miss all of our staff meetings. I think they've been really fun this year with not only John Wynn, Amy, and Leslie. I think we'll have a lot of fun at the banquet later on. But additionally, as a two-term Chief Justice, she has truly elevated the Supreme Court that we have right now, and not only making it more accessible for students to file cases through our SJ website, making the processes a little bit more clear in determining for having jurisdiction over student organizations and hearing those cases, and also having more trainings for justices and being able to truly facilitate a lot of those conversations this session as well. I think Leslie has mentored at least six justices this session, so I can't speak enough of how much of an influence Leslie has had on our student government. But similar to a lot of the other legislation that we also have some remarks from former Student Body President Iris Okiri that she has provided for you.
Dear 68th session, as in strong government, the judicial branch requires individuals who are fair, consistent, and grounded in integrity. During my time as student body president at Wichita State University, I knew appointing the right person to the court was critical, as these individuals typically stay in the role until they graduate. By the grace of the political science organization that former student body vice president Martin was involved in, I had the pleasure of being introduced to Leslie Hernandez. I was immediately clear that she has quiet strength and a strong sense of purpose. Since then, she grew into her role as Associate Justice and now serves you all as the Student Body Chief Justice. Throughout her tenure, Leslie has upheld fairness and accountability, ensuring the integrity of the system. I recommend Leslie for emeritus status so that her commitment to justice and to the legacy of the judicial branch can continue to guide future leaders. The role may be behind the scenes, but its impact is essential, and Leslie embodies the importance fully. In shock and spirit, Iris Okiri, 117th Student Body President.
We also have some remarks from the former Chief Justice Maureen Weta. I had the pleasure of meeting Leslie during my time at Wichita State University through the SGA Court. Emeritus status is an honorable distinction, and it is one that Leslie Hernandez unquestionably deserves. We were fortunate to welcome Leslie to the court during the 66th session when she joined as an Associate Justice. From the outset, her knowledge, dedication, and diligence made a lasting impact. She approached the role with a genuine desire to learn and fully understand the court's responsibility in serving and supporting the student body, particularly as a resource that is often underutilized or overlooked. She consistently brought thoughtful perspectives, carried strong reasoning, and remained persistent through a demanding year of cases. It came as no surprise that Leslie continued to excel in her subsequent terms as Chief Justice. Her commitment to removing barriers to students' understanding of the governing documents that shape their experience at Wichita State is truly unmatched. She is a natural leader, and I have admired watching Leslie grow into her role while consistently upholding the integrity of the court. Even as the court operates somewhat independently, it is held to high standards, standards that Chief Justice Hernandez not only upheld but strengthened. I cannot think of a more deserving recipient of emeritus status.
I also have some words from former Student Body President Kylie Hauer. To Leslie, I love Leslie Hernandez. I've grown to know Leslie through student government and our classes in the political science department, and I can gladly say that she has changed the game in her position as Chief Justice, and she will make one unstoppable attorney someday. Leslie has a fantastic ability to remain calm and level-headed in difficult situations. She exudes confidence, and she is truly unshakable. Everyone has a lesson to learn from Leslie. She knows how to conduct a room, take care of business, and have fun as well. She's a dedicated student and a powerful leader in the court and in her other student involvement. I'm beyond proud of all of Leslie's accomplishments and proudly show my support for recognition for emeritus status. Congratulations, Leslie. You earned it. Sincerely, Kylie Hauer. We will stand for any questions if anyone has any. We'll move into the debate period. Would anyone else like to speak in debate? I'll go to Vice President Lin.
Okay, I will have to echo Kylie's sentiment of, I absolutely love Leslie Hernandez. I had the pleasure of working with her in multiple spaces, and I can confidently say that Leslie is someone who I genuinely look up to, literally. She does everything with such grace, love, and care. That girl genuinely has so much passion and has done incredible work for the student body as a whole. When I had any problems or needed some extra support, she is the person that I can go to, and she is the person that I know will be there. I always thought that college would be the reason why we drift apart, but I can confidently say that I could see us being friends forever. And I will be your #1 support system, and I'm so incredibly proud of you and for all that you have done for Wichita State, and I can't imagine anyone else more deserving of this title.
Are there additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll yield my time to undergraduate Advocate Island.
Leslie and I, wow, where do I start? Leslie and I also had the pleasure of meeting through the Distinguished Scholarship Invitational, shout out admissions, where we both competed and were ultimately named Gore Scholars in 2023. I think that experience was definitely a really hard time in my life. Making decisions about college and things like that were really stressful, but I think being able to make one of my best friends out of that experience, Leslie, and being able to have her meet my family and have really good memories with them is something that I'll always remember. And so especially with her work in student government, I think seeing the passion that she puts behind every case to make sure that there is intentionality behind the decisions that the court makes, ensuring that they remain nonpartisan and that every student has the resources that they need. And we've seen that through the way that she's been able to help students have easier access to submitting cases and things like that. So Leslie, I love you, and it's going to be so hard not having you on campus next year, but I look forward to continue calling you my friend and watching the legacy that you've left for the Chief Justice position.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Haynes.
Yeah, knowing Leslie for a long time, not as long as everybody else, but for a long time, when she came to Senate the first time to be appointed as an Associate Justice, and hearing her story, I was like, oh, this lady got a vision. And she has an intense passion behind the words that she speaks and the actions that she does. And then seeing her transition into being Chief Justice and really putting our Supreme Court on the map and solidifying that as, not to say a legitimate branch of student government, but a much more visible branch with a much more outspoken and passionate and driven leader, I think has been amazing to watch. And I can't wait to see what else she does in the future. If y'all really don't know Leslie for real, when I first met her, I thought she was mean, but getting to know her more, she's just really passionate about what she does, and that's a really great quality to have. So yeah, vote yes, y'all.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll yield my time to Chief Justice-elect. Or I'll just invite both of all justices if they wish to speak.
This one? Okay. Hello, guys. Sorry, I'm Chief Justice Elect Dong, and then this is introduce yourselves.
I thought we were all gonna have our.
You guys can introduce yourselves now.
Oh, okay. I'm I'm so sorry. I'm Senior Associate Justice Hundley, Maggie Hundley.
And I'm Associate Justice Decent Chairs.
Okay, and I guess it's my time to speak first. So, from the first time I met Leslie, actually, I remember I was sitting in physics after giving my speech to the Senate and getting appointed as an associate justice. And I remember getting an email, and she was like, "Your speech was good." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, wow, I'm getting this glaze. Like, how kind." But I remember her also telling me to come to this s'mores event. And I was like, I never knew this existed or anything. So then whenever I came, she immediately was like, "Oh, you're Vincent, aren't you?" And immediately started talking to me and trying to find out my interests and passions and hobbies. And I really appreciated that. And over the meetings that we've had, over the weekly associate justice and through the cases, you've always been such a good person that I can rely on for questions, and you always respond quickly. And so there's nobody I'd rather LARP the Supreme Court with than you, my great friend.
Hello, good evening. I was not planning on speaking. I didn't know we would be speaking. I was planning to be a fly on the wall, but it feels like a disservice to not speak on how amazing Chief Justice Leslie Hernandez is. I joined the court last year, and she was the Chief Justice at that time as well, and truly she welcomed me. And from the moment I met her, I knew how driven and how inspiring she is. She inspires me to be a better justice, a better leader, a better person in general. But she's truly amazing. And I just, working with her, and whenever we have a case, she'll tell us and go through the details, but the first thing she always says is, "I want to know what you guys think." And I think that perfectly encapsulates how great of a leader she is, and how much she cares about the court in general and the students. Thank you.
Okay, so I met Leslie about a year ago. I don't think Leslie remembers this, but it was Leslie and Justice Jones in 208, right before the inauguration, stressing because they had to wear their robes and neither one of them had them ironed. So they were running around looking for the steamer. And I was like, oh, this is a funny person. Y'all are funny people. And then the conversation started about joining the court. I had a good time doing that. And then I really started meeting Leslie through all of the work that she did in different organizations. I was like, you're really passionate about the work you do, representing different people. And then as soon as I expressed interest in joining the court, every time Leslie seen me, it was, when you're gonna submit your application, for about a solid 3 months. But the support I got once I joined and continuously get just from talking to them has been amazing. And I don't think there's anybody more deserving to get this. So thank you.
Thank you all. Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate at this time? I'll go to Senator Lee.
Fun fact, I've met Leslie around, maybe 5 to 4 years ago, back at Mays High School, doing multicultural club. And then in 2023, Leslie graduated. And that time, well, let's just say Leslie has apparently done well. As in, apparently from what I understand, she wanted Distinguished Scholarship Invitational and had her template be used for that when I tried applying for that in 2025, when I graduated. And then this session is the second time I've got to meet Leslie again. And honestly, she's a pretty good person.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll now move into the voting period.
Now open. With 27 yeses, 0 noes, and 1 abstain, this legislation passes. Congratulations, Chief Justice Hernandez.
We will now move into 12.7. The clerk may read.
Act on request to approve SB-68-179, an act to grant Director Emeritus status to Lily Ahrens.
It is our honor and pleasure to come before you all to present this emeritus legislation for Lily Ahrens. Throughout, I had the wonderful opportunity and honor to serve with Lily all 4 years in our time in SGA. We started off in Freshman Leadership Council together, then we joined Senate together, and then served in my administration together. And then now, we work very closely together within Student Senate. One thing that always stands out about Leslie is not only her dedication, but her commitment commitment to the student body. Additionally, in the time that I've known Lily, I have to say that I've always enjoyed every moment that we spent together, not only doing different tabling events throughout the many different groups that we were in, to looking over legislation for next week's meeting or working on the newsletter together as well. Additionally, throughout our time, it's just not only are you a great friend, but you're also crazy good at legislation, have to say at that. Lily, in her time here, has sponsored a crazy amount of legislation. So 230 pieces of legislation co-sponsored. And then, and she also sponsored another piece of legislation as well in her time here at the association. So with co-sponsoring legislation, you're probably one of the most prolific members of our association as well. Additionally, Lily has also served in several other leadership capacities as well. In the 67th session, Lily served as the chair of the subcommittee for student affairs in the 66th session, I'm sorry. And then is a 2-time director of legislative and policy affairs for the 67th and 68th sessions as well. Additionally, well, I'll give it a little to President Wong for some words before I dive into some of the other stuff.
Hi, Lily. Director Ahrens has been more than just her role. Serving together for the past 2 sessions, I can say that Lily has grown and evolved the role beyond what the standards have previously been. This session has been especially challenging. Legislation and orders at both the state and federal levels were being written and signed into law faster than we could have imagined. Laws that impacted our student body. But Lily took this challenge head on. She consistently advised and informed students, created a tracker so leadership could be updated as soon as she was, and found a way to explain the legislation and processes in a clear, concise manner that gave students a chance to understand. On top of all that, she's always the first one to sign up to help with programming efforts or outreach initiatives. She is such a selfless student leader that never hesitates to lend a hand. She has gone above and beyond her role to pour into other student leaders and ensure their success. Thank you for your service to the student government.
I also have some words for Emeritus Student Body President Kylie Howard. To Lily. Lily is one of the women that you meet and you never forget about. She embodies grace in everything from her art to the way she conducts herself. Lily is intentional, driven, and always has a vision. She is a motivated leader, a gentle being, and someone that I've thoroughly enjoyed getting to know throughout my time in student government. Lily commits herself to every role and project and pours so much into her community. Lily has made incredible contributions to this campus and to the students lucky enough to know her. I'm beyond glad that I can embark on the student government journey with Lily and proud of everything she has accomplished. I'm honored to endorse her for emeritus status. Congratulations, Lily. Sincerely, Kylie. Additionally, when you think of the role of Legislative and Policy Affairs, the Director of Legislative and Policy Affairs, I think most senators here today can say that who they think of is Lily. Not only this session for all of our new senators and the efforts that Lily has helped many senators with their legislation. I know Lily has helped me with many pieces of my legislation and provided valuable feedback, but also in previous sessions as well. So I can't think of anyone more deserving of this emeritus status for the Director of Legislative and Policy Affairs.
Additionally, we have some words from the former Engagement and Leadership Director, Bree Duncan. My name is Bree Duncan, and I had the honor of getting to know Lily when she was a part of the Freshman Leadership Council here at WSU. Lily may have started off as reserved, but her quiet dedication, her consistency, focus, and reliability did not go unnoticed. What sets Lily apart isn't just what she accomplished, but how she accomplished it. She led with empathy. She collaborated instead of commanded. She built connections, strengthened the community, which made student government more inclusive and effective. This nomination is not just about recognizing what you've done, Lily, but about honoring who you are as a person, a student, and the lasting impact you've had on everyone. I am so grateful to have met you and see you grow from the beginning, and I am so excited to see what you do for yourself and everyone else in the future.
We will stand for any questions if anyone has any. Seeing no questions, we'll go into the debate period. Are there any individuals that wish to speak in debate? Vice President Lynn.
I have been able to serve with Lily these past 2 sessions, and I am so incredibly grateful for that. You're the individual that anyone can count on. You're there to support individuals in any capacity. I also always appreciate your kind words and your overall support. As many, if not all of you, may know that this is my first year in Senate, and so Lily has been that individual that has always reassured me and hyped me up after every Senate meetings. This is the kind of person that Lily is. Someone who is kind, someone who will uplift you in any space, and someone that leaves you feeling better than when you first came into the room.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak? I'll go to Senator Hatch.
Yeah, I have had the pleasure of working with Lily for several years now, and I just want to say that she has been an amazing advocate for the students on campus and everything that she does. We have had the pleasure of working together both in Senate and trauma bonding over student fees. Just an absolute great example of what a member of the cabinet should be and has been for years. And yeah, I just think that this should definitely pass.
Are there any other individuals that wish to speak at this time? Okay, seeing no more, we'll go into the voting period.
Vote is now open. With 28 yeses, 0 noes, and 0 abstains, this legislation passes. Congratulations, Director Rollins.
We will now move into 12.8. The clerk may read.
Act on request to approve SB-68-180, An act to grant engineering senator emeritus status to Abby Alton.
Is the author here ready to speak? You have the floor.
Before I start, just a disclaimer, it's going to be hard to top all of the emeritus statuses that have been built before because I haven't prepared in that detail, but I'll give it a try. So, it is my honor to present this emeritus status bill to Senator Abby Orton. It's been a pleasure serving as a chairperson. I remember my first interaction was with her over Zooms over the summer because I was out of country at that time. She was the first senator I had my one-on-one, and during that one-on-one interaction, she presented a bunch of initiatives which she was really passionate about getting over through the whole session. And during her first and only year in the Senate, she has co-sponsored 7 pieces of legislation and sponsored 10 pieces of legislation. That is a big impact for someone who's just been in her first year in Senate. And she's, I think, one of the only few persons I've known who actually watches the SGA live streams before coming into being a senator. Before that, so she has all the SGA lore, even if you want to get some information on that. Other than that, she's been an amazing pro tem. I never had to worry about the meeting minutes. They were turned in by every Saturday. And the 1 week which she was unable to complete them, she messaged me like a week in advance, like, I can't be able to complete them. Other than that, she's always in the office. You'll see her at all the tabling events, even the ones she hasn't even signed up for. And being an engineering senator, I've seen her. I saw her at all the public forums during the engineering dean's search committee. Even I didn't make it to all of them myself. So other than that, and one important insight which she provided, which I think all my committee members will agree, we've been discussing reformatting of SOC for the whole session almost, and we finally got it passed last week. And she's been our biggest source of insight along with Advisor Nolan on that because she was part of SOC before coming in as a senator. And she's always raising voice for her constituents, be it issues with the John Bardo labs, which were raised earlier this year. So yeah, that's pretty much it from my end. I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, thank you. We'll now move into the debate period. So I'll be speaking in affirmation of this legislation. I think I had the honor of getting to know Abby through a law of her student involvement in our engineering groups before we even had that interaction at SGA. I remember in our first SGA interaction for the Student Organizations Council, I distinctly remember a SOC meeting, and Abby by far was the most passionate one in the meeting to talk about student organizations and the needs for the student body. But this session, Abby has been a force to be reckoned with writing legislation and also a tireless advocate for students within the College of Engineering. Within the past few weeks, we've been raising concerns about the John Bardo Center labs, or even persistent about continuing the initiative for FE court exams where the college is going to move forward with that initiative. But with legislation, I haven't seen a new senator write as much legislation in one session coming in as Abby Otten. This legislation has my full support. Are there any other individuals that wish to speak? I'll go to Senator Mallard.
I've known Abby for a pretty long time, and I can attest to the fact that they watched the live streams before Senate, especially since we would have lots of conversations after Senate that while I've been here for a while, and then they'd give me some ideas and input, and now that they're finally here, as was stated, one of the first senators I've ever seen in my 4 years that as a first senator to write as much or put as much data and input, and also something I like to try and say in a lot of sessions, as a senator, it's not about what you write, but it's about what you do too outside, and that includes speaking to your representatives, that includes speaking to your professors, to your advisors, to the administrators, because that is what also gets stuff done, because there are a lot of times where you can just say, hey, this needs to change, and they do it. And when they leave, we've already had plenty of conversations about all the legislation that we're wanting to continue, especially the I can't think of the word, co-classes, so in multiple departments, so that we can have better, final projects for seniors or just overall. So we're already working on legislation while they're out of session. So I I believe Abby is fully deserving of this.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate? I'll go to Senator Winslow.
Through the short time that I have gotten to know Abby, she immediately struck me as a person who took her role as a senator very seriously and with so much professionalism. I remember one time I was talking to her, I believe it was during recess, during student fees. She told me, quote, "I can't think about myself, I have to think about my constituents." And that embodies exactly what a senator should be. And I cannot think of a better way to honor her than through this. And I also wanted to point out, if you remember my floor speech from a few meetings ago, when I mentioned that there was one senator who emailed me, she was that senator. It didn't matter what the legislation was. It didn't matter if it was within her committee boundaries or not. She always cared about something that impacted any of her constituents in any way. And she wanted to make sure that anything was the best that it could possibly be to help her students in the best way possible.
Are there additional individuals that would like to speak? I'll go to Senator Timms.
Abigail Otten. Where to begin? I first met Abby, I believe, at a Black and Yellow Day last year. I was a wee bitty senior in high school, and she was giving tours. And she met my parents and absolutely harassed me, I believe, the entire day. And then I came back for another event, and she was giving tours again. And she harassed me all day again. And she encouraged me to join SGA, even though she herself was not in SGA. And she said, "Yeah, it's so cool. Like, I watch the live streams every week." And I thought, wow, you're such a loser. And I've quickly come to realize that she is, but I love her anyway. And Abby is one of those people who cares so deeply about every single thing she does. She pours her heart and soul into all the things that she's involved in. And she's involved in a lot, which is hard to imagine how she can pour so much love into so many things. But somehow she just keeps pouring love from all parts of her into every single thing that she touches. And so I'm incredibly amazed by her compassion and her kindness and her care and the fact that she's such an authentic and incredible human being. And I think that no one else deserves emeritus than Abby Otten.
Are there additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Chairperson Hansen.
If you guys can't tell, I'm a really big fan of Abby. My tissue box is even signed by her. But Abby has always just been one of my biggest supporters in and out of Senate. Her and her sparkly Converse are just the best duo, and she's just she can do anything that she puts her mind to. She's always in the office. She's always making jokes or making the other person a joke. And I admire her so much. And honestly, I think SGA, it might be a little lucky that she was only here for a year, because I don't think there'd be anything left for anyone else to do if she was here for a full 4 years. So, Abby, I love you, and you're amazing, and I can't wait to sit next week with you in the back row on the side, not in the center, on the side, watching the speaker elections.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Boyd.
Abby's like one of the funniest people I've ever met in my entire life. The first time I ever talked to Abby, we was locked outside of SGA, and she was beating on the door saying, "What are we, zoo animals?" And then I said, "Why? Are you the zookeeper?" And then since then, I've been calling her zookeeper. Another funny thing is the stickers on April Fools. She came up here, said, "Do you have a sticker?" And they gave me a handful of them. Didn't know what to do with them. And also, so I just like to say, Abby, thank you, zookeeper.
Are there additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Naylor.
Yeah, so I actually first met Abby when I was interviewing for a scholarship in the Honors College, and Abby greeted me on a very cold morning at like 7 a.m. with the biggest, warmest smile I'd ever seen from anybody in my life. She was actually the first student at Wichita State to ever reach out to me as well. She slid in my Instagram DMs and was the kindest human ever and congratulated me and always reminded me that she was in my corner throughout whatever I do. And honestly, I look up to Abby so much, and she's supported me throughout every step of my way here at Wichita State. And I can't think of a better person deserving of this. She's just so inspirational.
Are there additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to interim chairperson Beam.
Abby Otten. every time I go to the SGA office, it is a pleasure to see you. You always have incredible ideas and incredible feedback to give me on anything I'm working on. And as I've grown to know you outside of SGA, I can tell that you're an incredible person who cares deeply about every student here at Wichita State. So if anyone here deserves this, you do. Thank you.
Are there additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Parker.
I just want to say that even though I haven't known you for long, Senator Otten, it's been really great getting to know you and having all these great conversations. I've seen all the hard work that you really put into your legislation and SGA, and I'm sad that you're not going to be here next year.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Hatch.
I think my first ever interaction with Senator Otten was last year after everybody got elected and sworn in. I believe that you gave a speech thanking several of us for inspiring you to have the courage to come and be a part of SGA. I just want you to know that you inspire us every week with your hard work. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody hit the ground running as hard as you have. You might have been cheating a little bit with the watching the live streams every week, but yeah, the work ethic and the amount of work and the willingness to learn that you have demonstrated in your time here, it is inspiring, and I hope that you continue to go on to inspire other people in the rest of your endeavors.
Are there additional individuals that wish to speak at this time? I'll go to Senator Thibodeau.
So I remember I first got to meet you through a mutual friend. So it was during DSI finals, and Lane was telling me about this friend that he was staying with, and that person just ended up being you. So fast forward a bit, and I get to student government for the first time, and you just happen to be in my committee. And more than anyone else in the student senate space, you have really made me feel welcome, and it's been a pleasure to get to know you. And you're just truly super passionate about everything you do, and I think you truly deserve the emeritus status.
Are there any additional individuals that wish to speak in debate at this time? I'll go to Chairperson Ping.
Abby, I see the tears in your eyes, so please don't make me cry as well, because I'm trying not to cry for the whole night. I think I can share the same sentiments everyone else has said this evening. You are such a wonderful person. I think I can confidently say you're the only person who's watched all the live streams without not even being in Senate. And I think everyone else can agree with me on this, that I motion to pass this using unanimous consent.
Are there any objections to this motion? Seeing no objections, is adopted as such. Congratulations to everyone that was granted emeritus status. Before we move into section 13, closing remarks, I'm going to take a 10-minute recess to give you all a little bit space before we start. So I recess the meeting until 8:15 p.m. I call this meeting back to order at 8:15 p.m. It is the opinion of the chair that all members are present. We'll now move into section 13, closing remarks, and we'll first go to Diversity, Empowerment, Inclusion Chairperson Jasmine Payne.
One second. Amy fed me a Skittle, so I'm trying to chew it as quick as I can. This will be my last time I say this, but hi, everyone. Thank you. Just a little recap on who I am. Those in this session know me as a Diversity, Empowerment, and Inclusion Chairperson of the 68th session, but previously I have held the positions of DEI Pro Temp, Health Professions Senator, and an at-large Senator. Within these past 5 years in SGA, yes, 5 as previously heard, I have learned many things and met amazing people, and after these 5 years, I can confidently say that SGA has become part of my daily routine in life. With it coming to an end, I can truly say it will feel very weird to have my Wednesday nights back. To my committee, I wanted to say thank you. When I took on this role with a brand new Senate, I'm not gonna lie, I was nervous. I had originally applied to be the Student Services Chairperson before Speaker Fawn approached me to become the DEI Chair. I know I wasn't the best chairperson that I could be. With most of you being new senators, being your leader was definitely a learning experience for all of us. In my opinion, we were the coolest committee. With all laughs, yelling, and disagreements, we could always come together at the end and just laugh about whatever happened in committee. I am so proud for all of the work you have done this session, whether you joined in the beginning of it, in the middle, or have been with me all along. It is my honor to be your chairperson for the session, and because of you guys, I have learned to what it truly means to be a leader and a better friend. To my fellow chairpersons, including Andrew Beam and Clerk Thompson, taking on this role, I know this was a learning experience for all of us. As we were new to leadership within SGA, words cannot describe how blessed I am to have you all, not only as my coworkers, but to have my friends outside of SGA. You too, Beam. I couldn't imagine who else I could spend long hours within the SGA office, texting during the late nights of the night and just ranting about our daily lives. As I previously had said, I applied to be the Student Services Chair this session, whereas Speaker Fawn had originally asked me to be the Government Oversight Chair, fun fact. I very much turned that down. Thank you, Abdullah, for taking on that position and doing such amazing work. I think I can speak for both Riley and I. We were both worried about who would take this position next. And I can definitely say you were and is the best option for it. I honestly didn't know what to think when I first saw you. You had entered day 2 or 3 of appropriations hearings wearing an anime t-shirt and shorts. Just a heads up, appropriation hearings are business professional, so. You don't remember? I thought to myself, there's no way he's the government chairperson. And now I can't imagine anyone else to be in that position whom I can talk to the office, whether it's about the international mentorship bill or just anime in general. I am grateful to have met you within this position. Riley, to getting lunch downstairs, to getting to watch you walk on your wedding day. Within these past years, we have gotten to know each other in Senate, and I'm very happy to say that our friendship has gotten a lot closer than what it was at the beginning of the year. From many tears from either mainly Patrick or Isaiah making you cry, to laughing, I cannot wait to witness one of your greatest days of your life, your amazing wedding day to where we will cry many more at. Andrew, even though you joined Senate leadership with only a short time of the session before it ended, I want to say you were the perfect puzzle piece that fit into our special little weird group within leadership. I wish we had more time to get to know each other, but I know you will do amazing work within this next session. And lastly, Clerk of the Senate, Isaiah Thompson. I know you don't think of yourself as Senate leadership. I hate to break it to you, buddy. If you sit next to Matthew Fawn, you're part of Senate leadership. With late nights at the office, either discussing the minutes with some sort of anime on the TV in the office, or me nagging you to bring Thai tea to the office, BTW, I'm still waiting on that, by the way. I am so happy Matthew hired you onto this team. Even though you made Riley cry multiple times, you can always recognize when you're in the office. Whether that be hearing your loud voice or loud laughter, it will always bring a smile to my face. I am happy to call all of you my friends. Matthew Fawn, my boss, supervisor, the person who can fire me at the drop of a hat, but most of all, my friend. I have many things to say about you, but I will keep them short for others' sake. First of all, thank you for having the confidence to put me in this position. When I myself did not know what to do, you always knew what to say. If I ever needed anything, I could always find you in the office or just text you late at night at 3 a.m. in the morning when I know you'll be up. Along with being the person who can fire me, I am happy to say that you are my friend, someone I have gotten close to this year to the point where I can just text you about the latest rumor at any point of the night or just even stop by your office to talk about past sessions. I cannot believe you will now be one of the oldest members within SGA. If anyone deserves a break, it is definitely you. Too many late nights in the office, late group me messages and emails. I hope you get the rest you need this summer before continuing your amazing work this session. And to the advisors. Whoa, what was that? Thank you for all the support you have shown this session, especially to Lauren Madison. I know you have been in this position for a short time, but it feels like forever ago since we interviewed you for this position. And I will miss our weekly meetings very dearly. Gabriel Fonseca. I'm not going to lie. When I first met you, you scared me. You can be very intimidating to people until I found out that underneath all that sass is the person that truly cares for his students. Thank you for everything you have done within my years here. To the rest of the association, new and returning, I leave you with this. Do not be scared. When I came into the session 5 years ago, I had no confidence and was terrified. One of the things I wish I could have done differently is to not be scared. I'm trying not to cry, I'm so sorry. Not to be scared, to speak up, to turn my ideas into reality, to ask questions. If you have an idea you're passionate about, make it real. If you have a question, ask it. Even if you are scared, do it scared. This is Chairperson Pink signing off. Thank you.
We'll go to closing remarks from Government Oversight Chairperson Abdullah Tawana.
Okay, this was the first time I walked up to the stage and Chairperson Peng didn't tell me to speed it up, so. Good evening, everyone. Hopefully the last time. Okay, disclaimer first, I'm an engineer. I'm not good with words and English is not my first language, so bear with me. And I'm not the one who will try to make you cry tonight. So where do I start? Well, I got into SCA because one day I was walking in front of RSC, heading to class, and Speaker Fawn at that time, Vice President Fawn, handed me a boba because at that time US presidential election was happening. I was like, I can't really vote, but I'll grab a free boba, and said, you know what, you should join SCA. So that's how I got into SCA. And thank you for giving me the opportunity as a new senator to handing me the government oversight chair, as I had no idea what I signed up for, but you and Dr. Fonseca over the summer have been great help during the transition period. Honestly, I didn't make a first best impression. As Chairperson Peng already mentioned, like I showed up in a t-shirt and shorts I had a Wichita State t-shirt, which was the SCA one, and in my defense, I flew back from a 36-hour flight from Pakistan and then drove from Houston just to make it to the second day of a program. So that's why I showed up in a t-shirt. Other than that, coming to not the very best of first impressions, I remember when I first went up to speak for our first committee bill. I know Senator Orton wasn't here, but that was the first time we went into recess because we had a miscommunication regarding the freshman definition bill, and all of my committee members voted no on the first amendment. And we had to go into recess and discuss and fix it up, but hopefully we fixed that up. But it's safe to say at the end of the fall semester, I got the hang of things, and things got back on track. My favorite Senate meeting has to be the one where I skipped the Senate meeting and went to the Jonas Brothers concert. Thank you, Dr. Fonseca, for giving me the excuse for it.
One area which I believe I could have done better as the government oversight STA, as I focused heavily on the STA bylaws and the internal operations. And as being an international student, I wasn't as much aware of the local policies going on. I had to rely on the updates I got from Speaker Fawn and Director Aaron. And hopefully I've added that in my transition guide. The next government oversight can do a better job than me on that. Now that my Wednesdays are free and I don't have to show up every Friday for Finance Commission, I'll miss seeing all of you. I'll miss ranting with Chairperson Bang how much we want to skip meetings sometimes. Just kidding, that never happened. Or occasionally playing Mario Kart in the office with Chairperson Henson, Clerk Isaiah, and Director Murphy. Okay, Sunflower doesn't, I hope they don't write an article about it, that the leadership is playing video games in the office. I'd like to thank all of my committee members, Philip Grant. Congratulations on passing the scholarship bill. I'll miss your yapping sessions in committee. They really brought an energy to it. Mason, I always liked how you got straight to the point and wanted to make our bills go efficiently. So I miss your presence every Wednesday as well. And Aiden, I know you joined in midterms after the midterm elections, and you brought a sassiness to our meeting with your comments. And Alex, I appreciate you always having to read through all the agendas, coming up to me before meeting minutes, asking questions, and always having a feedback to whatever we were discussing in committee. So I appreciate that effort. Ryan and Kevin, you guys got elected late, but you guys were a great addition to the committee, and I know Ryan is returning next session, so I hope you achieve your initiatives that you discussed with me, and I wish you best of luck. And lastly, Sandra Orton. She's the only original committee member from the initial elections. All of you guys are new. She's the only one surviving. And I'm proud of you for all the legislations you passed, and congratulations on getting your emeritus status bill passed tonight as well. I'd also like to thank Luke for helping us with all the budget bills we passed. You have always provided great insight. We're always replying to our emails, so thank you for that as well. I had a great time having you in committee. I'd also like to give a shout out to the committee members who resigned. Andrew Sauls, I know we assigned him a task, but he resigned afterwards. I don't know if that was the reason. And also Senator Lucy and Case Brown as well. He's returning next year, so I hope he does a good job if he continues with government oversight. And I'd like to thank Advisor Nolan for all the support she gave us throughout the sessions. Sorry, Dr. Fonseca, but she's our favorite. But seriously, I'd like to thank once again Dr. Fonseca and Matthew for helping me out during this onboarding process at the very start. I'd like to conclude with an Urdu quotation. Urdu is my first language. Teri yaad aayi tere jaane ke baad, which means I'll miss you when you're gone. Thank you. Chairperson Tiwana signing off.
We'll hear closing remarks from Student Services Chairperson Riley Hansen.
Hi everyone. I hope everyone's evening is going well, and I'm also realizing I really should have brought that tissue box up with me. I've had the privilege of calling SGA my home for 3 years now. My freshman year was in the 66th session. I was an at-large senator and the pro tem for the accessibility subcommittee. In the 67th session, I was an honor senator and the pro tem for the student services committee. And now I'm standing before you in the 68th session as an honor senator and the student services chairperson. I joined SGA for the sole reason of having a platform to advocate for others, especially my fellow disabled students. I wanted a reason for people to feel welcome, for them to feel encouraged to stay and participate in spaces that they might not have otherwise. What I didn't realize is that I would be in the same room with weekly for 3 years with amazing people who all felt the exact same way. It was so refreshing to be in an office, a meeting, or a committee with people who are just as passionate and dedicated as I am. I want to thank each of my committee members for being so gracious with me while I'm trying my best, thank you. While I'm trying my best to fill the role as a chairperson. I can graduate in peace knowing that next year's session will have such a well-versed, compassionate group of senators to lead it. While all of you were new senators, I genuinely felt like I learned more from you guys than I could ever offer you. And a special thank you to my pro temp, Erin. She literally would get meeting minutes done like the night of, and as a pro temp of 2 years, I could never do that. So I also want to thank the advisors, especially Advisor Madison, for dealing with my weekly rants and for being such a strong support system and uplifting so many of us throughout the session. I also want to extend my sincerest gratitude to my fellow Senate leadership, Abdullah Taiwana, Jasmine Pang, Matthew Fawn, Andrew Beam, and Isaiah Tongson. Thank you for always believing in me, even if I didn't necessarily believe in myself. Thank you for pushing me to grow as a person and a leader. You guys are genuinely the coolest people I have ever met. I'm not sure how I'll remember to eat lunch without Jasmine. Or who I'll play and argue about Pokemon with other than Patrick. Who I'll geek out with over anime with Abdullah. Who will appreciate the masterpiece that is Pitch Perfect without Isaiah. Or who will reassure me 10,000 times and then geek over about Star Wars with me like Matthew does. Please never take your time in SGA for granted. Even during the 1 a.m. student fees meetings, or when there's a gas leak that makes us continue the Senate meeting in the parking garage in 30-degree weather. When Advisor Fonseca reminds us that it's a privilege to be here, I don't think he's just talking about the position in this space. I believe the true privilege is that each of us has this capacity to be compassionate and ambitious enough to sit here every Wednesday in the hopes that you might make a difference in at least one student's life. Never lose it, never take it for granted. Thank you all. It was lovely.
We will now hear closing remarks from Engineering Senator Abby Austin.
I don't think I'm ready for this. Good evening, Senators. Thank you for such an amazing session while participating in debates, asking questions, and overall spending your time advocating for students here at Wichita State. Before I begin getting too emotional, because it will happen, I want to start off by thanking each and every one of you. First, thank you for the amazing words tonight for the emeritus status legislation. I never thought that it could actually happen for a first-year senator, so I'm truly, truly honored by all of you. SGA has been the highlight of my week since last April when the session began. Whether it was dressing up each Wednesday, dressing up each Wednesday for Senate, taking meeting minutes and government oversight, participating in debates, or even writing all of my legislation, I loved it all. To most, this would seem like extra work added to our schedules, but to me, it was so much more than that. SGA brought me into a new group of friends that I never thought I would end up meeting, and it brought a new, complete family to my life. I've told this story a few times before, but I would like to say it once again. I never thought that I would be sitting in this room because senators seemed like celebrities to me. Watching Senate meetings for 3 years, I never imagined that I could be a part of the processes to make things happen for students. I never imagined how much convincing it took for Senator Mallard to even have me fill out the application. And in the end, he ended up hitting submit for my application. But I'm very glad that he did so because that makes me able to do this. I knew taking this on, I wanted to do a lot for my constituents, but with my looming graduation date this May, the pressure was on for me to get a lot of work done and with the right reasons. I didn't have time to wait because for me, there was no next year, there was no next session. And that's tough to comprehend. Hitting that point this semester was actually terrifying. However, with lots of hard work, I'm happy to say that I have been a primary sponsor of 10 pieces of legislation, 4 of my own work, 6 within government oversight, and co-sponsored 7 this session. Out of my 17 total bills, I only have one major regret. That regret is that I wish I could have been here sooner. With more time, I know that I would have been able to work with you all to bring more initiatives to WSU, but I'm truly going to treasure the moments that we have had together. First, crazy to think about, but celebrating my birthday within a Senate meeting was such a blessing. In that meeting, I also attempted to convince a few senators I was turning 27. I just want to clear up, I did not turn 27 that evening. I am in fact 22, but I will try to stand by the fact that I did that. However, I did have a hard time deciding one top moment from this session, but it would have to be planning the April Fool's joke that we pulled on Speaker Fawn. I started planning that in September, but those were the I Heart Speaker Fawn stickers that appeared in Committee of the Whole on April 1st. And honestly, the look on Matthew's face was priceless, and honestly, it brought great relief to me because I was a little worried he wouldn't like it. But I think that made the April Fool's joke just a little bit better. So thank you to Senator Matthew, oh my gosh, bro, Speaker Fawn and Senator Mallard for getting me into this room. Speaker Fawn especially for supporting all of my efforts in our one-on-ones. Advisor Fonseca for dealing with my attitude every week, including today. Chairperson Tawana for being the best chairperson that I could ever ask for, and the best chairperson in this room. Sorry. And thank you again for all the wonderful memories this session. If you see another consistent viewer on the YouTube live stream, that is probably me, so feel free to give me a wave, say hi. But it wouldn't be a proper farewell speech without a little piece of advice for me. So for senators continuing on to the 69th session, I have one piece of advice. David and I were talking a few weeks ago about the quote, "Plant the seed you won't see grow." And ironically, I think this quote has driven my entire time in Senate. So I encourage you to do the same. You will not always be in this room. You will not always be here at Wichita State. However, there will always be students needing representation and advocacy. Make the most of every moment that you are here, because whether those students know about us or not, that is how we are going to help them. Thank you.
We will now hear closing remarks from Graduate Senator Grant Phillips.
Excuse me just one moment as I learn why most people don't walk up here with their laptops closed. The first time I came up here to speak back in December, I had written my speech on a piece of paper and couldn't read my own handwriting. Since then, I've typed up every speech in size 32 font. I'm not sure if y'all can see. A good chunk of this speech will just be special thanks to individuals and groups. First, I'd like to thank everyone in the Government Oversight Committee, especially Senators Thibodeau and Chairperson Tawana, for helping me with my scholarship legislation. Lordy. Without them, it would never have succeeded, and anyone who spoke with me about it probably knows that too. I'd also like to thank Speaker Fawn, President Wong, Vice President Nguyen, and Clerk Tongson for their patience with me while I was hooting and hollering about anything, including legislation, cheese companies, legislation involving cheese companies, and frustrations with entities that shall remain nameless. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone here at SGA who stood by my legislation, welcomed me the moment I was appointed, and put up with all the times I lost my train of thought. Thank you as well to Advisors Fonseca, Madison, and Nolan, who have also had to endure my hooting and hollering, especially Advisor Nolan, who dealt with me before I was even a senator. During my slightly crummy speech last December, I said I wanted to bring greater graduate representation to SGA. 4 months later, I like to think I succeeded in some capacity. I am very proud of what's been accomplished with the Graduate Student Scholarship, and although we will enter the next session without a graduate senator, I have faith that the unfinished work in the graduate program will continue. If I could stick around, I would. Participating in SGA has made this one of the most productive, lordy, and rewarding semesters I've ever done, but all good things must come to an end. So as I wrap up, I just want to say one last time, thank you.
We will now hear closing remarks from International Senator A.J. Haynes.
All right. Hi, everybody. So to introduce myself for the last time, my name is AJ Haynes. I'm a senior majoring in forensic science here at Wichita State, hailing all the way from the gem of the Caribbean Sea, Barbados, and I'm an international senator here. Now you can finally put a name and a face to the person who sits right there in the back, who truly loudly sighs at a lot of the opinions that y'all have in this room. Yes, so when I started my SGA journey about 4 years ago, I started like many of you in here. Young, slightly insufferable, and a complainer who had a serious passion to make some change. I was inspired to join Senate by former student advocate Andy Wassinger, so she is truly to blame for what you see here. And throughout my time in Senate, I had the opportunity to be a part of some pretty significant changes to Wichita State, especially student government. I was a part of 2 Senate restructure committees. I repeat, I was a part of 2 Senate restructure committees. And then we defaulted back to the original Senate committee structure. So I feel like my time was spent very well. I was also a part of things like getting rid of at-large senators, only for them to come back almost immediately after. And our midterm fall elections. Hold on, I seem to have lost my place. Yeah, got you. I also had the opportunity to advocate for students, for groups of students who could not be in this room, and work alongside some of the most passionate and messy people the student body has ever seen. When I joined SGA, the association was going through a time of instability that was truly insane to witness in person. We went through about 2 student body presidents, 2 speakers, 2 vice president nominees in about 2 weeks. I want y'all to know, Thursday morning was the place to be in the RSC. Yeah. But throughout all that chaos, Senate was really my greatest stability day to day. I knew regardless of whatever week I was having, I knew that I had to be in then Chairperson Okiri's DEI committee meeting at 5:30 p.m. sharp, or she would let me late, and argue with people for hours who disagreed so passionately that they took it personally. But it didn't matter, because at the end of the day, it was all for what was best for the student body. Throughout my years, I served as chair of the Realist Committee, the BEST Committee, the DEI Committee, as their chairperson, again, through 2 Senate restructures, and had the opportunity to work with students who were not represented. I will say, Senate was not filled with everything that I love, some of the greatest times. I will never forgive this body for holding me hostage in the freezing cold parking garage until 1 a.m. Over at-large Senate seats, which we ended up replacing anyway. I will never forgive this body for holding me hostage, nickel and diamond student fees and appropriations up until 1 a.m. I will never forgive this body for, yes, I have more of these, but I will move on for the sake of brevity here. I will say that Senate has shaped me as a leader and as a person. I'll say, when I first started, I was a little mean. I was a little mean, I was a little rude, I had a little edge, but Senate really took that off and made me an empathetic leader. Yeah. And it had surely developed an advocacy style that hasn't failed me yet, being a nuisance. So, my charge, period. So my charge to future sessions is simply this: be unrelenting in your advocacy for students, be authentic in your leadership, and make senior administrators roll their eyes whenever they see you on their calendar. Higher education is in a place right now where we as student leaders have to do more than take up space. We must show up and show it every single time. I encourage you all to be extremely knowledgeable about the processes of this institution, because in order to make real changes that students want, you must know what rules you can afford to break, which rules you can afford to bend. Lastly, I'll leave you with this. Before you were a regular senator, you were a regular disgruntled student who felt like they had no voice. Be the representative you would have wanted in your moment of frustration. The biggest disservice to students is a senator who sits on their hands and writes selfish legislation, if they write any at all. Remember, evil triumphs when good people sit around and do nothing. Okay, last thing before I go. I wanted to be on the record and thank everybody who had an instrumental part in my SGA journey. So if I've ever been in a committee meeting with you, if you were ever my chairperson, anything like that, y'all, I wanted to thank every single one of you. And then special shout outs to the following people. John Jr., my homegirl Valeria, Iris, Jasmine, AJ, Kylie, Tessa, Adriana, Victoria, Jay, Matthew, Amy, Joanne, Riley, Brandon McLean, Lauren, Caitlin, and last but not least, Dr. Gabriel Antonio Fonseca Medina Kaiser. Thank you so much.
We will now hear closing remarks from Student Body Treasurer Luke Bum.
This shouldn't take too long, but I brought my water up here just in case. All right, good evening, everyone. I would first like to speak about my journey into the Student Government Association. During my freshman year at Wichita State, I wanted to stay focused on the personal investment that I had made for myself, which was school. I soon realized that going back and forth between my dorm and my classrooms was extremely unfulfilling. Soon, after the spring semester had started, I decided to join my first organization, which was Beta Theta Pi. My fraternity was the first taste I had of leadership and involvement here at Wichita State, and I began to love the impact I had on my brothers, specifically on the academic and professional side of things. Towards the end of the spring semester, I received an email that let me know that SGA cabinet applications were open for the 67th session. The foolish freshman I was decided to apply for every single position available. This led to a very interesting interview between then Student Body President Kylie Howard and Student Body Vice President Matthew Fawn. We discussed my time in the fraternity, why I wanted to be involved in SGA, and lastly, what position I wanted. At that moment, I forgot the names of every single position. This led to an awkward silence until I blurted out, treasurer. Knowing what I do now about the position, this would have been extremely brutal for the entire university. Matthew and Kylie understood that I had a passion for leadership. Even though I was rejected for 10 to 15 positions, I was invited to apply for the Finance Commission. Little did I know this would be one of the most impactful times of my journey here at WSU. After waiting through an entire summer, I received a text from someone named Ja Win. She let the Finance Commission know that we would be meeting for something weird called appropriations during the first weekend of the school year. As I arrived to our first day of hearings, I had no idea what was going on or why I was there. I soon realized that this process was very important and had a high impact on all of my peers. Throughout the year, I looked forward to our individual and organizational funding hearings, especially when I was able to minimize spending by finding cheaper options for our students. To end the year off, we were ramping up for something called student fees. Right before the hearings kicked off, I came down with a sickness from hell. Somehow, I managed to crawl out of bed on the first morning and give my all for the Finance Commission. I vividly remember stepping out after each presentation to use an entire box of tissues and cough up a lung. The student fees process truly showed me what a large impact student government had on the university as a whole. After this week was over, I was excited to be done with the Finance Commission. I soon was convinced by Matthew to run for a student seat. A couple days after I was elected as a senator, I received a mysterious phone call by none other than Student Body President Ja Win Wong. After answering the phone call, she asked if I was interested in being the next Student Body Treasurer. My brain stopped working. At first, I thought she had the wrong guy on the other end of the line. Eventually, I realized she saw something in me that I didn't see in myself at the time. After a couple meetings and a week's worth of convincing, I accepted the nomination. At my second ever meeting as a senator, I was elected by the Senate as a new student body treasurer. During the following summer, I worked a full-time internship, so I was unable to work in the SGA office. The first week in the office took some adjusting to from the dystopian corporate world that I lived in during the summer, but I was lucky enough to share an office with none other than Matthew Fawn, who will be my first recognition of the evening. Matthew, you were my bridge builder within SGA. You were the first person who saw my drive to lead and empower my fellow students. During my time in the Finance Commission, you always stepped up to help when I had questions or needed any assistance. I've enjoyed working with you every day of this year to work through complex issues, make hard decisions, and complain about our problems. You have shown me what it means to lead with heart, and I will forever look up to you. Next, Ja Win. You're such an amazing leader as treasurer, and I try every day to live up to your governance, oversight, and stewardship. My experience as student body treasurer would not have been possible without you at my side. There's an infinite amount of knowledge needed for this role, and you seem to know every last bit of it. You're one of the smartest people I've ever met, and it shows with your everyday decisions and leadership style. I've enjoyed working with you, learning from you, and getting to know you as a person. I trust that you have impacted my life more than you will ever know, and I thank you for that. Next, Dr. Fonseca. You're the definition of a leader. The impact that you have on this campus is incalculable. You not only lead an entire department, but the very people who shape this campus. I don't understand how you can carry so many responsibilities at once and do them all effectively and efficiently. You have showed me what it means to do hard work for what you want in life and how to create meaningful relationships. Throughout my term, you have pushed me to new heights, some that I never thought were possible for me. I will forever remember you for your leadership, guidance, and warm greetings every morning. Afternoon. Thank you, Gabe. I wanted to give some final thanks to a couple more people. First, Tatum Witham, my SEB office ride or die. You helped me with so many aspects of this role, and I've enjoyed camping out in your office throughout the year. Amy, you selected a wonderful finance commission for this session, and your love for the university is something I strive to have. I can't forget Caitlin and Lauren, two advisors who have immense ball knowledge and gave me new ways to lead, and you were both always there for me. All the people I listed above are the reason that I'm speaking to you this evening. Being the student body treasurer created a sense of fulfillment that I don't think I will ever have replicated in my life. Seeing entities, RSOs, and students on this campus thrive as a result of our leadership is something that will be held in a special place forever. Thinking back on my college journey, I'm not sure if I would have been as successful without the Student Government Association and everyone who helped me along the way. For next session, don't let off the gas pedal. I'm confident that the 68th session has set a new standard of excellence for this university. President Wong's leadership established new ways of taking on responsibility, transparency, and making equitable decisions for our students. I urge you all to continue your journeys while leading with empathy, respect, and integrity. Your time at Wichita State will pass by much faster than you expect, and never take any opportunity for granted. This life is more about the journey than the destination. Thank you.
Treasurer Bum, you forgot your water at the podium. We'll hear closing remarks from Director of Legislative and Policy Affairs, Arns.
That was a pretty good speech. This is going to be a tough one to follow. I've listened to many goodbye speeches in my student government tenure, yet it still shocks me that it's now my turn. 4 years ago, I joined SGA through the Freshman Leadership Council during, unbeknownst to me, a very tumultuous time in the association. I remember thinking that maybe I just hadn't made the cut after 2 months of silence after my interview. But eventually we began meeting, and the work that we did laid the foundation for the current Freshman Leadership Councils. That council is also where I met Matthew Fawn, who has been a good friend and collaborator in SGA since. And then since the 65th session, I've seen the FLC program flourish, and it makes me proud to see what has become of our little group and the incredible leaders it has produced. After getting a taste for student government, I desperately wanted to spend the 66th session in Senate. I very nervously ran a campaign to be a fine arts senator, and despite being one of 2 candidates for 2 Senate seats, I was so sure that I would somehow not make it in. Luckily for me, that did not happen, and I enjoyed a session as a senator, even being appointed to lead a subcommittee. I was also there in the parking garage Senate meeting, and I was also sick during that meeting, so I think I had it the worst. Although I loved being a senator, I've spent my last 2 years in SGA in the executive branch as the Director of Legislative Affairs and Policy. In this role, I've loved being a resource for the association and breaking down barriers between us and the governments we exist within. This work truly feels meaningful, and I am so grateful that I've been able to serve in this position for 2 sessions. Ironically, I originally applied to be the chief of staff, thinking that I could maybe free up my Wednesdays and spend a little less time in the office. Instead, I've continued to involve myself in the association more and more each year. All of the time I've spent here has been for good reason, though, because I love it. SGA has made me a braver person and a better community member, and I certainly know way more about the inner workings of Wichita State than I ever thought that I would. I've met so many amazing people who have made impressions on my life and helped me grow into the person I am today. Art students don't tend to branch out a whole lot, so I can sincerely say that without SGA, I would have missed out on so many wonderful friendships. I've seen a lot of change happen in the past 4 years, and I'm especially proud of the work that we've done as an association this session. I can't wait to see how the association continues to evolve beyond my time here. For those of you who are continuing in your SGA journeys, enjoy it for all it's worth and get involved in every way you can. To all of us leaving, we're finally done.
We will now hear closing remarks from undergraduate advocate Jaden Island.
That's a longer walk than it looks. Okay, I want to first begin with some words of gratitude for the incredible leadership team that has shaped the 68th session. To President Wong and Vice President Nguyen, thank you for believing in me and giving me the opportunity to serve alongside you in your vision to showcase Wichita State University as a place for anyone and everyone. To members of the Joint Leadership Council and my fellow cabinet members, thank you for your stewardship, hospitality, and for truly shaping the next generation of policymakers, visionaries, and scholars. To our advisors, thank you for not only answering the same questions from us multiple times every day, but for challenging us to go above and beyond in our service and championing our work for the students in all that you do. And lastly, to our constituents, thank you for trusting the guiding hands of this session to mold our campus culture. We couldn't do this without you and want you to know that your presence, words of encouragement, and chakra spirit do not go unnoticed. Above all else, my work as an undergraduate student advocate this session has taught me that advocacy is not just a way to connect and build bridges forward, but instead that it is a necessary responsibility to our students, our university, and to our world. This role has taught me so much about myself. It has allowed me to grow in my patience, my fortitude, and my love for student outreach. In my first interview, I remember sharing my passion for service, and that has only grown this year. While I'm truly saddened that this session is coming to an end, I think back to the work we've completed with a smile. The joy of our service overwhelms me, and I can't wait to see this body of work continue into the next session. Advocacy does not just show up in our legislation and conversations with students, but in the way that we live out each day. I urge you all to continue showing up for the issues that matter to you, to not just urge the university to take action, but to protest, call legislators, and never be afraid to stand firm in your resolve to protect those who need it most. Don't be fooled. Advocacy comes with its own set of challenges. From navigating bureaucracy to finding the right resources for our constituents, it can be hard to know what the right decisions are, or, in all honesty, to stay completely unbiased in every scenario. Yet regardless of these challenges, advocacy continues to be a critical instrument towards policy change, sustainable growth, and service delivery. As an association by students for students, I stand firm in the vision that my work as the advocate represented the interests of students across the diverse spectrum of our community and brought a fresh perspective to what it means to be a true defender of student interests. When entering this role, I often struggled to feel like the work that I was doing was meaningful, often spending hours at a time and several days a week on a singular task to get a satisfactory answer for a student. I didn't know how to see that the work that I and every advocate in this audience did mattered. And in those moments is when I look to the roots of my duties. The word advocacy comes from the Latin advocare, to call upon. As leaders, we are called not only to influence decision-making processes, but to empower our students, raise awareness about pressing concerns, and ultimately rewrite the history of this campus through meaningful strategic planning and empathetic approaches driven by the tenets upon which this administration was built: belonging, persistence, and intentionality. While the work of the student advocate is often quiet, calculated, and unspoken, the impact that we have is real. To be able to directly touch the lives of over 55 students in my role this session has changed me for the better, and I look forward to seeing what each of you does to carry on the legacy of meaningful work that has been completed in this session. I want to leave you all with the following quote from advocate, artist, and humanitarian Harriet Tubman. "Every great dream begins with a dreamer. Always remember you have within you the strength, the patience, and the passion to reach for the stars, to change the world." Thank you.
We will now hear closing remarks from graduate advocate Abdullah Khan.
Okay, good evening, everybody. This is it. We're at the end now. I'm sure all of you had a long year, but in my case, a long 3 months. Flew by pretty quick. I know I spent a short time here, but the effort of each one of you that you guys have put in has really showed its impact. It's truly inspiring. I came here with no experience at all in this kind of setting, but I had great people around me who truly allowed me to shine. And it was an honor, honestly, serving as a graduate student advocate and learning about the different struggles students go through, which has definitely increased my empathy towards students and the courage to stand up for those in need. I really wish I had more time here to make more impact, but I just had to settle with what I had. I really hope the next advocate in my position will make a bigger impact to our graduate student community. And when I first entered office, I remember one of the first people who truly made me feel at home was, I don't know if you remember, but it was you, Kaylin. I walked in the front door and you were just there and just clapping, and you were like so I was like, whoa, this is cool. So please always keep that same smile, that enthusiasm, and that good energy. You've truly, like, I know you probably don't remember or didn't think it was a big deal, but that's something that stood out to me for sure. And Jawen, you are truly such an inspiration. You're the definition of a leader. I would like to think I'm a leader, but after seeing you, my God. You should see her. You showed me what it takes to be in your role, and it's a lot of hard work. I actually saw her calendar last Friday. I don't know if you remember. And I was like, whoa. How do you keep up with all this? Like 10 p.m.? Crazy. I'm genuinely proud of everything you've done. And at the end of the day, you're still always such a great human being. You always have made me feel comfortable and welcome here. And no matter how many annoying questions I've asked and mistakes I've made, you've always, been there supporting me. Thank you so much. Amy, same goes to you. The little time, we spent at the Hardship Fund meetings, they were great. And you're just an amazing person, and you just have the most contagious laugh. Whenever I'd walk in, I would know you're there because I would just hear you laughing. And just you always make sure to say hi to me whenever you see me, and just make sure that I'm seen as a person, and that just tells me so much about you. And you are someone I could see being friends with as well, and this definitely says a lot about your personality and who you are. And I want to give the biggest shout out to Jaden. You are just very vibrant and just so helpful. That uplifts literally the whole room. You walk in and the whole room is just like bright. And you generally just always go out of your way to help people, and you are the best person, I think, to lead in the next role, which I feel like was definitely made for you. Congratulations to you. I really enjoyed working with you. Now, I don't know if it was Leslie or you or someone else, but the whiteboard in the office, there's always such great messages on there, like really warm my heart, and I just love being in that office with you guys. So thank you guys for making it comfortable. And Matthew, Lauren, our little hardship fund team, which was really great. I had a lot of fun. It felt like more than a hangout, like more like a hangout than a meeting. And we definitely helped a lot of people for sure, but then I just had a lot of fun being in those meetings with you guys. I would always look forward every Friday just for this meeting, to be honest, because I had a lot of fun with you guys. And I will genuinely miss all that. Thank you, Gabriel, for always, being patient with me. I know you're always busy, and you're always walking around. I see you, and I just start getting stressed. I'm like, oh, maybe I shouldn't talk to him. He's just always running around. I'm like, whoa. Okay, maybe I should just leave him alone. I'll just talk to Jawan. But thank you still for making time for me always. And last but not least, Abdullah Tiwana for introducing me to this role and indirectly introducing me to everyone that I've mentioned here so far. And I'm really grateful that you introduced me to these set of people and this role. Thank you, everyone.
We will now hear concluding remarks from Chief Justice Leslie Hernandez.
To my fellow Shockers, I want to first and foremost begin by thanking each of you for trusting me to serve in this capacity. Although you did not directly elect me, I am still grateful to each of you for every conversation and interaction. The past 3 sessions have allowed me to truly serve the Shocker community through my passions for language, justice, and equity. I carry each of your stories with me, and I am so blessed to have an experience for my college career that makes graduation bittersweet. When I stepped foot on WSU's campus my freshman year, I was worried about joining SGA because of all of the lore that many have alluded to in the past few speeches. Although I yearned to serve in a capacity that allowed me to advocate for students, I allowed for the negative rhetoric to influence my desire. Eventually, though, I did decide to join the Supreme Court, and I've never regretted that decision. My predecessor, Maureen Weta, and other members in SGA truly made me feel welcome. I witnessed firsthand what it meant to serve students with integrity and passion. I ran for Chief Justice the first time because I wanted to help improve the SGA environment while ensuring students and SGA branches abided by the Constitution. I ran again for Chief Justice because I fell in love with the student body and knew that I would be honored to continue preserving our association's Constitution. I have met so many people in SGA throughout many sessions that have truly touched my life in ways I cannot explain. I leave this campus with high energy and a renewed hope for the future. Although my role and many of my other roles on campus involved advocacy, I also understand that the only experience I can truly speak on is my own. Your stories influence mine, but when I have spoken about the unique experiences of you as my peers and constituents, I share them because I truly care about what it really means to be a Shocker. Wichita State is a unique institution made up of a diverse student body. Students may have families, multiple full-time jobs, long commutes, and diverse backgrounds. All of these factors combine to create a campus full of vibrancy and resilience. Thank you for allowing me to witness your stories. It has been heartwarming to see you all succeed. As I was reflecting back on the speeches I've said before the Senate in the past few sessions, I realized that I often talked about the challenges I went through each year, noting how I grew in different ways depending on which semester I was referring to. First, I want to apologize for how repetitive these parts of my speeches were. But secondly, I want to acknowledge the fact that I did grow a lot each semester, and I'm sure you all have or will too. I am not the same person I was when I stepped foot on this campus. I am proud to say I can attribute some of that growth to my time in the SGA. The late night conversations, spontaneous dinners, and random walks down to get Amy's second or third matcha of the day truly made me excited to come into the office every day. Nothing makes serving students better than being surrounded by students with the brightest smiles and passion for leadership. I was constantly in awe of the work ethic of you all. Speaker Fong was always in the office working hard to make sure you all were ready. Even when I thought I was in there late, he was still there. The exec cabinet and Senate leadership were always there to make eye contact really awkwardly and say hi when I walked into the office. Dr. Fonseca was not always in his office, but I enjoyed randomly coming in and taking away his time to get actual work done. My associate justices made every meeting memorable. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of your college journeys. I could not have been more proud to represent you all in meetings and conversations. You're like my little ducklings, and I've been happy to be your mother goose. Don't do that. Don't do that. Damn it. Yeah, give me a moment. Thank you. I was doing so well. Wow, that took a lot longer than I thought. Oh, what perfect timing. I wrote in my speech that if I wasn't crying by now, it would be a miracle. So, I will truly miss this space. If I had to share some advice, it would be to know when your experiences are worth sharing and when someone else should have the podium. Your story matters, but so does everyone else's. Never forget what it means to listen and truly respect other people. Be open to change, oh my gosh, and acknowledge when your ways are wrong. Life is about learning from your experiences, make the mistakes, but also make the changes necessary to be a better person. This is what happens when you trigger me. Never settle for mediocrity, but never strive for greatness off the backs of other people. Always remember you're here because you're the ones that strive to be involved, but never forget about those who are scared to or can't. Thank you again for the past 3 sessions. I'm sad to go, but I'm even more excited to leave you in the hands of Chief Justice-elect Vincent Dong. With so much shocker pride, Chief Justice Hernandez signing out.
Before we move into the next item, since I'm a little bit of a yapper, I'm going to extend the meeting to 10 o'clock p.m. Do I have a second for that motion? Seeing a second from Senator Otten, I am going to make another motion. I move to approve this motion by unanimous consent. Are there any objections to this motion? Seeing no objections, is adopted as such. So we will now hear concluding remarks from the Speaker of the Senate, me. Hello, everyone, for the final time. It is my honor and privilege to come before you as the 8th Speaker of the Student Senate for the Student Government Association. This year, our Student Senate has accomplished so many notable initiatives and legislation, and we have passed over 160 pieces of legislation this session. I'm so grateful for the amazing memories and opportunities that you have all given me to be your Speaker of the Senate. I'm grateful that I served as a Speaker in the 68th session instead of the 67th session, and also because I have such an amazing Senate leadership team here this week and this session. I would like to give a shout out to all the chairpersons. So first shout out will go to Chairperson Hanson. Every time you walk in a room, you make the room so much brighter. You bring the energy to our Senate committees, and I can't imagine a better person to be Student Services Chairperson out of the 8 people I interviewed. I think when I formed my Senate leadership team, I knew in my heart, it's like, I want Riley to be my Student Services Chair. I'll forever miss our chats that we have in the office throughout the year. Whenever we talked about Star Wars or talked about MatPat or all the million different things that we talked about every week. I'll definitely miss it in future sessions, and hopefully we'll see you in the back as a emeritus chairperson moving forwards. To Abdullah, I'm so grateful that you're my government oversight chair. I don't know what I would do without you in the weeks where I couldn't make it to a meeting. It's like, Abdullah, can you fill in for me for this session? When I first met you, I remember distinctly, we interacted at least a couple times for ASB where you would sit in the back of the room and I would go up to talk to you about Senate or when I talked to you about tabling events. So I hope that when I got you into the position, you found it to be a lot better than what you expected besides free boba or free ice cream. To Andrew Beam, even though you were on our team for 4 weeks, you have truly made this Senate leadership team feel like a complete team. Just know that when I went to that engineering council event that you were having yesterday, I really enjoyed the experience of telling every person that I met that you were my interim academic affairs chairperson and engineering senator. So I really enjoyed that process of telling every single person I knew that you were the interim academic affairs chairperson. To Jasmine, I have enjoyed every single moment in every single session that I served with you. When I first joined SJ, I had no idea what I was doing as a senator, and you helped calm me down on a lot of different things that I was going to do and talked me out of a lot of crazy different ideas throughout the years. I think one of my favorite memories is when I signed up for public forum to give an apology speech. And then you were sitting outside and it was like, Matthew, what do you do? What do you do to do all of this? I have enjoyed every single session I had with every single one of you. To Isaiah, thank you for saying yes to being the clerk. I remember when I texted you, it's like, Isaiah, how much do you need a job at Wichita State? And I kept bugging you until you said yes. So I'm truly grateful that you are my clerk, and I'm proud to call you my best friend. To every senator here today, thank you all for giving me the opportunity to serve as your speaker, to run all the meetings, to hear me yap every week in my long-winded reports or when I go on and just wing it from the start of things. I'm also incredibly thankful for all the advisors here today. To Gabe, I'm so appreciative of every one-on-one where I would just go on a rant session sometimes, or some of the crazy speeches that I've written that I never delivered, or any of the social media posts that I thought of making, but I did not. I'm truly thankful for your presence, your advice, and guidance throughout my time here in SGA, and hopefully for one more year, I can continue to bother you for a little bit longer. To Lauren, I'm so grateful to have an office next to you in our long chats in the mornings and be office buddies. I always, in the last few weeks that we were in the office, I felt like I was missing something every week. It's like, where am I going to get my daily dose of Lauren every day? To Caitlin, I'm so grateful for all the help that you provided me throughout the years. I remember when I first joined SGA and started getting involved in student groups and started being more around the SEM office, you have always made me feel welcome in that space. And I don't know what I would do without you. With the Arts Summit, when I walked in the room, there was 200, 300 people. I was like, whoa, what am I going to do? So without the three of you, the many things that we accomplish each session won't get done the way that it should have been done. I would also like to give a shout out to each of the heads of branches. To John Wynn, you have truly made this session special. I don't think we ever had a session where our executive legislative branches are this much in touch and this feels this special this session. And it's a testament to your leadership and your ability to serve the student body as a whole. To Amy, I'm so grateful not only for our time that we served together within the Student Government Association, but also in our time serving together in all of our different groups, like being my vice president for community service board. I'm forever grateful for all the countless hours we spent together, not in our legislative affairs meetings and our cabinet meetings. It's truly been a wonderful journey throughout the way. To Leslie, I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to serve with you this session. Whenever I want something that I want an honest, real opinion on, I can always count on you to give me that advice. You have truly made me a better person and a better Catholic as well. I also would like to thank Luke for my office buddy in the office. It's truly been a pleasure serving with you this session. I will always miss our office chats, ranging from talking about Chiefs football all the way to your trip in Berlin. It's truly been a pleasure not only seeing you grow as a leader and applying for every single cabinet position, but also seeing you grow more in confidence in your role as Student Body Treasurer. But as our time comes to an end, reflecting on the three main platforms that I ran on as the speaker, intentionality, senator retention, and outreach, this session, our Student Senate has significantly expanded our efforts and engagement through persistent tabling events in conjunction with the executive branch, mandatory events for senators, regular one-on-ones between senators and Senate leadership, and established intentional strategic planning goal strategies for each committee. Additionally, through our outreach efforts, I'm proud to say that 11 new senators were appointed to the Student Senate, and many of you are continuing next session, which makes me incredibly happy to see as well. And I look forward to serving with many of you in the 69th session. As I close out my long-winded speech, I would like to encourage you all, in whether you go on in the 69th session or after you graduate, to consider a few things. First and foremost, don't ever lose that passion to serve others. Don't lose that passion to serve your fellow students, your fellow constituents, your fellow person, not only at Wichita State, but overall as well. It's incredibly important that we don't become apathetic to the needs of others. We don't become complacent to the things that are happening in our world today. Ultimately, you are the best advocate for yourself as well. Don't be afraid to speak up. Say what you are thinking in your mind, but also be kind and considerate to others. For the final time, it has been a pleasure to serve as your Speaker of the Student Senate. Go Shocks. We will now hear final remarks from Student Body President Amy Nguyen. Vice President Amy Nguyen. I duplicated the mistake I made in the agenda.
Okay. I have been thinking a lot about this moment. Oh my God, you can't even start. I have been thinking a lot about this moment and what I would say and how I would say it. And I keep coming back to one thing, which is gratitude. When I look back on this year, I don't see the meetings or long nights. I always end up just seeing the people somehow. I see moments that changed me, and I see the growth that I didn't even realize what was happening until I stopped and reflecting on it. Serving as the past Director of Public Relations and then Director of Outreach and Engagement to now the outgoing Student Body Vice President, freshman me would have been very confused and terrified. As previously mentioned, as someone who did not see SGA in a positive light, I could not believe that I am standing here today. I remember sitting in the back during the past few sessions and going, wow, thank God I don't have to do one of the end of the year speeches, and here I am. So to SGA, thank you. Thank you for giving me an experience that pushed me beyond my comfort zone. Before this, I thought I understood leadership. I thought it was about showing up, doing the work, and getting things done. But this experience has taught me that it's so much deeper than that. It's taught me how to advocate for people I may never meet. It taught me how to intentionally listen, to truly hear someone, not just to respond to them. And it taught me that creating change is not about one big moment. It's about the small, consistent choices we make every single day to care. And one of the biggest lessons I've learned this year is that timing is everything. To my freshman leadership council, Sonia, Braden, Sarah, Saul, Vincent, Kabir, and RJ, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You all trusted me in ways that I don't take lightly. You allowed me to guide you, but more importantly, you allowed me to learn from you. I cherish my relationship with each and every one of you, and I want you all to know that I will be here and will be cheering you on as you conquer the world, and I hope your journey continues in SGA. Watching each of you grow, find your voice, and step into leadership, it has meant everything to me. To my SGA leadership, Matthew and Leslie, I don't even know if I have the right words for this, but I'm going to try. This journey would not have been the same without you both. You showed me what courage looks like, not in big, loud moments, but in the quiet ones. In the moments where it would have been easier to stay silent, but you chose to speak anyway. You showed me what it means to be the youngest person in the room and still stand firm in who you are. And you showed me what it truly means to advocate, not for recognition, but because it's the right thing to do. Serving alongside you has been one of the greatest honors. You taught me that leadership here at Wichita State means leading with heart, and I will carry that with me forever. And a special shout out to Matthew for saving my butt every Senate meeting. I would not have been able to do this without you, truly. To our Senate leadership team, Riley, Jasmine, Abdullah, and Andrew, you inspire me more than you know, the way you lead with care, with intention, and with such a genuine love for this body, and it shows in everything that you do. This year was not easy, and yet you all continued to show up, to give your best, and to lead in ways that made people feel seen and valued. That is rare and that is special, and I truly cannot imagine anyone else in your roles. To our cabinet members, Luke, Lily, Anushka, Jaden, Abdullah, Patrick, Morshed, Ramat, Ike, Holly, Fabian, and Caleb, never change. Please never change. Continue to walk into rooms with your passion. Even when it feels like no one is listening. Continue to ask the hard questions, even when it feels uncomfortable. Continue to care deeply, even when it's hard, because that is what makes you all so special. I enjoy all of the interactions with you all, whether that is bombarding you with hugs, bombarding you with gratitude, or simply just reminding you all to do your cabinet report and to turn in your timesheets. I've learned so much from you, each of you, about your leadership and resilience, about what it means to stand for something. And I genuinely cannot imagine going through this year without you all. You made this experience what it was. To our advisors, Caitlin, Gabe, and Lauren, where would we be without you? You've been our constant, our support system, our reality check when we needed it, and our biggest advocates when we doubted ourselves. The way you care about each of us, not just as leaders, but as people, it means more than I think we can ever fully express. I know you all are ready for the next session to start, and as Gabe would always say, I can't wait to have peace again. But we all know that that is not true. In a way, I felt like I took this year for granted, as I wish we could have done more, but I am so grateful for all of the interactions that we have had and got to learn from you all. And thank you for reminding me that I'm the president of the Senate. To Iris O'Carey and Kylie Howard, thank you for taking a chance on me. You saw something in me before I fully saw it in myself. You gave me a space to grow, to learn, and to fall in love with SGA. And because of that, I'm standing here today. And that kind of impact stays with someone forever. And I hope you know how much that has meant to me. Hang on. Sorry. And last but not least, Jia Wen Wong. My other half in all of this. I don't think I could ever fully put into words what this journey has meant with you by my side. I remember sitting next to you during Kylie and Matthew's inauguration, and we were already plotting for the 68th session. At first, I was unsure what this would look like, but it was the best decision in college that I have ever made. From the late nights where we were just trying to figure things out, to the random moments of laughter before our K-Ward meetings, to the times where everything felt overwhelming, you were always there. You reminded me of my strength when I couldn't see it myself. You pushed me when I needed it, and you supported me when I felt like I had nothing left to give. You believed in me, even when moments where I questioned everything. This session, it would not have been what it was without you, and I'm so grateful that I got to do this with you. There are moments that no one else will ever fully understand, the conversations behind closed doors, the decisions that kept us up at night crying, the moments where we had to stand firm, even when it felt heavy. And in all those moments, you showed up fully, authentically, and steadily. And as I close, my advice to you all is to always lead with heart. When you lead only for yourself, you lead with your head. But when you lead for others, you lead with your heart. Every one of you is sitting here for a reason. You're not here to make decisions for yourself. You're here to represent the people whose name you carry on that name tag. Never forget that. Also, only do the things you truly care about and feel passionate about, and I genuinely mean that. People always ask me how I'm able to give my all into everything I do, and I usually joke and say it's the matcha, but when I really reflect, it's because I love what I do. I care deeply about it. That passion is what keeps you going. Don't be afraid to go after what you want to see change or become better. Do things that positively impact both you and the people you represent, because at the end of the day, the worst thing that can happen is a no. Dream big, build what you want to see, because Wichita State truly is a place for anyone and everyone. This year has been more than a chapter of my life. There were moments where I felt unsure, overwhelmed, and questioned if I was doing enough. But through all of that, there was also so much love and support. Thank you for your patience and understanding with me this year. And when I look around the room, I don't see just students. I see people who changed me personally, people who challenged me to grow, people who believed in me, people who became a part of my own story. SGA gave me the experiences, but you all gave me the meaning. And that is something I will carry with me forever. This may be the end of this chapter, but it will never be the end of the impact you all have had on me. And this will be definitely the last time I object and speak in negation of something. I'm so sorry, Matthew. Thank you.
We will now hear closing remarks from Student Body President Jolyn Wong.
Good evening, everyone. Even though I have had almost 4 years to think about this day, I never actually thought it would come. I am standing before you all today as the 68th session student body president, but also as someone who once sat in your seats as an underserved senator in the 65th session. On October 19th, 2022, I said to the Senate, I would be honored if I could join you all in representing the student body. At 7:35 p.m., with 34 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions, the motion passed. I joined the Student Government Association with one purpose in mind: to be the voice for the voiceless. Before college, I often felt small, even though I had the experience and knowledge to contribute to conversations and decisions. I never wanted another student to feel the way that I did, so I decided to be the loudest voice in the room. Unfortunately, I was retroactively told that during my time in the 65th session, I was extremely quiet. However, I was also told that I was annoyingly in every conversation, but most particularly in SB-65-085. If you know, you know. As I reflect on the work of all three branches this past session, there was one common theme. I'm so sorry, y'all. As I reflect on the work of all three branches this past session, there was one common theme. We all stepped into the roles we are in today to serve the communities of Wichita State. Although the journey we all take to reach our goals may not always be straightforward or linear, we have all taken the initiative to do so, something that is honorable and courageous. To my cabinet, thank you for stepping up into the roles that you are in today. I would like to recognize them all individually because each and every single one of them has truly been a pillar of the Wong-Wen administration. Student Body Treasurer Luke Bum, Director of Legislative Affairs and Policy Lily Arens, Director of Media Relations Holly Shung, Director of Community Engagement and Outreach Fabian Gracia Alvarez, Director of Health and Wellness Anushka Raju, Director of Student Organizations Morshed Khan, Director of International Student Affairs Ramat Safdar, Director of Athletics Patrick Murphy, Director of Professional Development Ike Guthrie, Director of Transfer Student Experiences Caleb White, Undergraduate Student Advocate Jaden Island, and Graduate Student Advocate Abdullah Khan. Each cabinet member has given their time, passion, and dedication to their roles. They have transformed what their role means in practice and set a new standard of what it means to engage with the student body. Truly, I am grateful to you all for saying yes and for dealing with me as a boss. I had a vision, but you were the ones who made it possible. My favorite part of every week was seeing you all for cabinet because I got to not only see you grow into the student leaders you are today, but also because I got to know you all as people. To the esteemed Chief Justice Leslie Hernandez and to the lovely Speaker Fawn, thank you for being my fellow heads of branches. I have been so incredibly lucky to serve with you all, not only just this year, but also getting to grow up together as we navigated college, challenges, and SGA. There's no one else that I could have asked to serve alongside me for this session. To Amy Wen, my student body vice president, thank you for saying yes to me, for believing in me, for supporting in me, and for seeing the vision I had for the student body. You are truly my right hand, and I could not have survived this session without you. Through all the challenges, the highs and lows, you have been there for me in every way imaginable. I remember when I was struggling with my transition to living on my own for the first time, and Amy was driving me around everywhere. You're such a dedicated student leader, but I hope that you know beyond your roles and titles in student organizations, I see you as a close friend, mentor, and a role model. You show up in this role every day with so much heart, passion, and intentionality. I am so proud of how you've navigated this session this year. If I had to do a second term, the only person I would do it would be you. Sorry. Oh. To Lauren Madison, thank you for being there for me, not just as an advisor to me as a student leader, but as also someone who was there for me when I didn't know where else to turn. You've been so supportive of me and the rest of leadership. You bring such a bright light into every space you enter, and hiring you was one of the best decisions student engagement and belonging ever made. To Kayla Nolan, thank you for always seeing me for who I am, no matter the situation. Your ability to bring humor and joy into the spaces that you occupy never ceases to amaze me. Thank you for always making sure that you're clocking my tea. And I am always so grateful for your advice, wisdom, and your words of encouragement. Last but not least, I would like to thank Dr. Gabriel Fonseca. 4 years ago, I met Mr. Gabriel Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca was the advisor that sat at the front of the Senate who provided clarity to the many complicated situations and processes. I remember meeting him for the very first time where I called him Mr. Fonseca, and I refused to call him any other name because in my eyes, someone as friendly, well-spoken, and knowledgeable deserved the utmost respect. Obviously, he's now Dr. Gabriel Fonseca. The past 4 years, you have been my mentor in more ways than one. You've shown up for me in spaces I never expected, been there for my highest and lowest times of my life as I navigated college as a first-generation student. You've been my biggest cheerleader and forced me to remember that I belong in every leadership role and in every space I show up in. There are no words that I could ever say that could ever truly describe how thankful I am for your mentorship. I am so proud to call you a role model in my life. Your kindness, willingness to teach, and resilience are all traits of yours that inspires others. I want you to know deeply in your heart that you touch the lives of everyone you interact with. So thank you. Thank you for the late nights. Thank you for your guidance. And thank you for being present in every step of the way. As we close the 68th session, I want everyone in this room and for those of you who may be watching on the live stream to remember one thing. Don't be afraid to try anything and everything. Wichita State is a place full of opportunities that you can all each individually take advantage of. 4 years ago, I never imagined that I could be in the executive branch, let alone the student body president. Take the initiative to create change for your communities, be the voice in the room, and find a way to dedicate yourself to being involved in the conversation. Your voice matters, your choices matters, and your decisions matter. Decisions and choices are always going to be made whether or not you are in the room. The difference is you know that you did your due diligence in ensuring that decisions are being made with the perspectives and experiences you bring into every space with the intentionality and care that it deserves. Don't be passive, be inspired, be the change, and strive for the highest excellence. Thank you to the student body for allowing Amy and I to serve for the 68th session. Without you all, your support, your engagement, nothing in this session would have been possible. With the honor and privilege of a lifetime, this has been the Wong Win administration. Good night and go Shawks.
We will now hear our final closing remarks from the association's advisor, Dr. Gabriel Antonio Fonseca Medina.
That's ridiculous. So as we come to a close this year, I want to begin with a simple statement. It has been an honor to work alongside this Student Government Association. Each of you stepped forward to serve, to lead, and to carry responsibility not just for yourselves, but for the entire student body. And that choice matters. Leadership is not passive. It requires saying yes when it would be easier to sit back. And this year, you consistently said yes. Yes to showing up, and yes to doing the hard work. Thank you for your service, thank you for your engagement, and thank you for making the hard decisions, especially the ones that didn't come with clear answers or easy outcomes. This year, the student government was tested. You faced many moments that required courage, patience, and integrity. From all accounts, you didn't just endure those moments, you rose to them. You listened, you debated, you disagreed respectfully, and you led with thoughtfulness rather than ego. And in doing so, you passed a test that truly defines leadership. There's a quote that I think is fitting for this moment. You could become the master of your fate, you could be the captain of your soul, but you have to realize that life is coming from you and not at you, and that takes time. Leadership teaches us that lessons in real ways. This year showed you that leadership isn't just about reacting to life as it happens, but by choosing how you show up. It's about realizing that your voice, your values, and your actions shape your outcomes. And it takes time to learn that. And this year was a part of that time. To those who are graduating, congratulations. Take with you what this experience has taught you. You now know how to sit in difficult conversations, and you know how to lead without having all of the answers. You know how to serve something larger than yourself. Whenever life takes you next, remember this. You are capable of more than just what you know sometimes. The world needs the kind of leaders that you practice being here. To those who were reelected, congratulations and welcome back to the work. You are stepping into a new session with greater expectation and deeper responsibility. Lead with humility, remember what it felt like on your first day, stay curious, stay grounded, and never forget that leadership isn't about the position, it's about trust. And those who are transitioning or moving on to new paths, celebrate this chapter. You gave your time, energy, and heart to this work, and that matters. Leadership doesn't end when a role does, it follows you wherever comes next. Carry it proudly and continue to build spaces where people feel heard and valued. As I look to this group, I feel an overwhelming sense of pride and joy. Pride in what you have accomplished, joy in knowing what you are capable of becoming. This year mattered. Your work mattered, and your leadership leaves this place better than you found it. To our Senate chairs, Andrew, Riley, Abdullah, Jasmine, and Nazanin, and our amazing clerk, Isaiah, thank you for your unwavering commitment to service and for leading your committees and Senate with both pride and joy. You stepped into roles that required patience, preparation, perseverance, and you met those responsibilities with care and purpose. You created space for dialogue, guided meaningful policy discussions, and ensured that every voice at the table mattered. Your dedication, integrity, and attention to the detail set the tone for the entire Senate. Because of your leadership, processes worked, ideas moved forward, and students were genuinely served. Your impact will be felt long after this session ends, and your work did not go unnoticed. To the cabinet directors, Lily, Patrick, Fabian, Anushka, Morshed, Ramat, Caleb, Holly, Ike, Jaden, and Abdullah, thank you for your drive, your creativity, and your relentless energy. You brought life to ideas and turned vision into action. You challenged us to think bigger, to be braver, and to lead more intentionally. Your commitment by creating this place for anyone and where everyone is felt, seen, valued, and supported is at the heart of what student leadership should be. You showed up not just when it was easy, but when it mattered most. Because of you, your work had momentum, your initiatives had meaning, and your leadership had heart. To our Supreme Court Justices, Maggie, Ryan, DJ, Vincent, AJ, and our amazing clerk, Sophia, thank you for your steady, thoughtful, and principled leadership. In moments that required clarity, fairness, and wisdom, you delivered exactly that. You upheld accountability, protected the integrity of our processes, and ensured that decisions were rooted in justice and in respect for our students. Your presence reminded us that your leadership also means restraint, reflection, and a responsibility. You strengthened this association by ensuring that we always lead with care, intention, and principle. To Speaker Fawn, thank you for your unwavering commitment to excellence and service. Throughout your tenure, your leadership brought much needed structure, clarity, and a strong sense of purpose to the Senate. You approached every responsibility with intention, ensuring that our work was grounded in thoughtful decision-making and guided by a clear vision. You navigated complex and often challenging conversations with confidence, integrity, and fairness by creating space for diverse perspectives while holding this body to the highest standards. You consistently showed and challenged the Senate to rise above the moment, not just for personal recognition or acclaim, but because you understood the impact our work has on the students we serve. Because of your leadership, the Senate is stronger, more focused, and more effective in its mission. You modeled what principled leadership looks like by leading with precision, accountability, and a pride for this institution. The foundation you have set will continue to shape this body long after your term, and this institution is unquestionably better because of your dedication and leadership. To Chief Justice Hernandez, thank you for your 2 years of extraordinary service as Chief Justice and for the care, conviction, and integrity you brought to every aspect of this role. From the very beginning, it was clear that you approached this responsibility not simply as a position, but as a commitment to the students you served and to the values you upheld. Your leadership was marked by thoughtfulness, steadiness, and an unwavering sense of responsibility, and in moments that required difficult judgment or quiet resolve, you led with clarity and heart. Beyond the office that you held itself, I am deeply grateful for the partnership and relationship that we have built over the years. Working alongside you has been a privilege, one rooted in mutual respect, trust, and shared purpose. Your wisdom, openness, and collaborative spirit strengthened not only your work, but also the spaces we created for students to feel heard, respected, and valued. You consistently reminded us that fairness is not abstract, but lived through empathy, listening, and care. Your leadership provided continuity and reassurance, especially in times of change, and your steadfast commitment to justice ensured that every student's voice and experience mattered. You carried this role with dignity, humility, and purpose, setting a powerful example of what principled leadership looks like. The legacy you leave behind is one of integrity, compassion, and service, and it will continue to influence this community long after your term is done. I am profoundly grateful for you and for our work together and the lasting impact of your leadership. To Student Body Treasurer Bum, thank you for your service, your consistency, and your careful stewardship of student financial policies. You carried one of the most demanding responsibilities in student government with quiet confidence, professionalism, and integrity. In a role where every decision has real implications for students, organizations, and the future of this institution, you led with discipline, fairness, and an unwavering commitment to do what is right. You ensured that resources were managed responsibly and equitably, balancing accountability with access and policy with compassion. Because of your leadership, students and student organizations were not only able to function, but they were able to thrive, to plan with confidence, and to fully experience everything this campus has to offer. You provided stability in moments of uncertainty and clarity in moments that required tough decisions. Your work often happens behind the scenes without applause or spotlight, but it is the impact reached to every corner of this campus. You safeguarded opportunities, protected student resources, and upheld trust on behalf of the entire student body. This institution is stronger, more sustainable, and more equitable because of the care and intention that you brought to this role. Your service mattered deeply, and it leaves a legacy that will benefit students for years to come. To Student Body Vice President Nguyen, thank you. I mean, truly thank you for the leader, partner, and human that you have been to this community and for me. I'm incredibly proud of you and the way that you led with intention, courage, and an unwavering commitment to the student body. Your leadership was never performative or distant. It was rooted in care, presence, and a genuine desire to serve others well. You showed up every day guided by purpose and heart, and that commitment was felt in both large and small ways. Thank you for starting matcha time in my life. I love that now at 3 o'clock every day. A small but meaningful reminder of the joy that you brought into spaces simply by being yourself. That sense of joy paired with your authenticity and deep, genuine love for students defined your leadership. You reminded all of us that leadership is not about decisions, resolutions, or policies, but by first and foremost about people. You taught us how to make people feel matters just as much, if not more, than what you accomplished. You brought warmth, compassion, and humanity into every room and every conversation. In moments of stress, you offered calm. In moments of uncertainty, you offered reassurance and encouragement. And in moments of success, you made sure that no one was overlooked and that every individual felt seen, valued, and celebrated. You led with empathy, openness, and heart, qualities that cannot be taught, only lived, and your presence made those around you better. What makes me most grateful for the partnership and relationship we've built over the time has been working alongside you has been truly the privilege of a lifetime. Our collaboration was grounded in trust, mutual respect, and a shared commitment to students, and I am thankful for your honesty, your laughter, reflection, and the growth that we experienced together. You made leadership feel accessible, human, and real, not only for students, but for fellow leaders as well. Because of you, barriers were broken down. Yep. Trust was built and meaningful connections were formed. Students felt heard because of you. Leaders felt supported because of you. This institution is more connected, more welcoming, and more hopeful because of how you chose to show up consistently, compassionately, and fully. Because of your leadership, this community did not just function, it cared. The legacy that you leave is one of empathy, joy, authenticity, and service. It will continue to shape the culture of student leadership long after this session comes to a close. I am deeply grateful for you, immensely proud of you, and thankful for the impact that you have made and will continue to make wherever you go. To Student Body President Jiawin Wang. Jiawin, thank you for the past 4 years of truly extraordinary and devoted service. You may not have arrived at this institution with the expectation of becoming the leader you ultimately were, but what you have accomplished far exceeded anything anyone could have anticipated. Over these 4 years, you didn't step back from the hard work, you stepped into it. You leaned with courage, curiosity, and a commitment, growing to the leader whose impact will be felt long beyond your time here. You met challenges head-on, navigated moments of uncertainty with resolve, and embraced moments of joy with humility and gratitude. Whether facing difficult decisions or celebrating shared success, you showed up fully and authentically. You led with a grounded confidence that inspired trust and steadiness, even when the path forward was complex or unclear. You guided the body through challenging budget realities, difficult and necessary social conversations, and deeply rooted systemic issues with courage, resilience, and a clarity of purpose. In moments when leadership required bravery, you did not hesitate. In moments when it demanded patience, you stayed the course. And in moments when leadership required hope, you offered it freely and sincerely. You carried the weight of this role not for recognition or praise, but because you genuinely believed in the power of student voice and the ability for students to create meaningful change. I know that this weight was often heavy on you, but you carried it with grace and honor. Your leadership was never performative, it was intentional, thoughtful, and deeply grounded in service. You built structures that are designed to last, opened doors so that others can walk through more easily, and you made decisions that centered students not only in the present moment, but for generations to come. You transformed challenges into opportunities and ideas into actions, all while remaining anchored to the values that shaped your journey here. You should be immensely proud of everything that you achieved and all that you have made possible. Because of you, students were heard, opportunities were protected, and lives were changed. You did not simply serve in this role, you elevated it. You left this place better than you found it, not just through programming or policy, but through culture, community, and possibility. That is a rare and powerful legacy, one built on service, courage, and heart, and one that will continue to shape this institution. We are better because of you, and your impact will be felt for years to come. I want to pause and say how deeply grateful I am for you, not just for what you did in this role, but who you are as a leader and as a person. It has been a privilege to witness your growth over the past 4 years and to walk alongside you in this journey. I am incredibly proud of the way that you rose to leadership, stretched beyond your comfort zone, and carried yourself with humility, strength, and grace. You trusted yourself, you stayed true to your values, and you led with integrity even when the work was demanding and stakes were high. Watching you step into your voice, sharpen your purpose, and lead with such conviction has both been inspiring and joyful. You should take pride not only in the outcomes you've achieved, but for the kind of leader that you chose to be, one who listened deeply, acted thoughtfully, and never lost sight of the people you were serving. I am grateful for your dedication and your partnership and the lasting impact of your presence. You have given so much of yourself to this community, and your leadership stands as a powerful reflection for your character and heart. Thank you so much for being exactly the person you wanted to be. We are better because of it. You've all heard me talk about leadership in a variety of different ways. It's the foundation of the message that I hope I leave with you all tonight. The key message that I want to be clear about is this. Leadership is more than a title or the perks that come with the role. Leadership is about sacrifice. Serving in these positions often come with a sense of loss, time, energy, and sometimes certainty, but in exchange, you gain the opportunity to transform the student experience for generations to come. And it always starts with an idea. An idea like creating a fridge program to combat food insecurity. An idea to launch a vision clinic to support student wellness. An idea like expanding opportunities and engagement with athletics. An idea like creating an advisory board so that students can be engaged with policing on campus. An idea of like a new scholarship for rural graduate students. An idea of to honor the life and legacy of the late Kia Duggins. An idea like expanding funding to better serve students, writing policies to regulate much needed areas, tabling to gather meaningful student feedback, developing a super cool dashboard that makes processes easier to navigate, bringing leadership development programming to support students on their journeys, creating a legal services program that will be a game changer for future shockers, hearing cases that have made some real student impact, and supporting students through some of the hardest days in managing their appeals, and quite literally saving student jobs. There are so many things that you all have accomplished together, and I encourage you to cherish this moment, because what a job well done. Before I wrap up, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible team. Caitlin Nolan, from a former SGA leader, because she was on the Elections Commission, to now advising student government, thank you for your constant engagement, your willingness to keep learning, and your unwavering support. I could literally not have done this work without you. Your perspective, dedication, and care for student leadership have made a lasting impact, and I'm grateful for your partnership. To Lauren Madison, thank you for accepting the offer to join our team. As the newest member of the SGA staff, you immediately brought yourself into this work and the importance of supporting student leaders. Your energy, experience, commitment, and service did not go unnoticed. Thank you for stepping up and for serving with such intention. I cannot wait to watch you grow and thrive in this role. To Tatum Witham, who's not here, but probably watching, thank you for your steadfast commitment to student government and to the inner workings of this association. You kept us all sane, grounded, and moving forward. Thank you for your laughter, joy, and steadiness that you brought to our team every single day. We are better because of you. Thanks to the three of you for your hard work and leadership of the student government. I look forward to our future together. In addition, I want to thank David and Nick for all of their work in being here every single meeting, every single week for the past couple of years. Let's give them a round of applause. David's basically like an SGA advisor. He knows all the things now, so I'm excited for that. Special thanks to Cass from the Sunflower for being here every week as well and supporting and reporting on the student government and making sure that students were informed about everything that was going on. So thank you, Cass, for all of your work and leadership. To the entire 68th session of the student government, thank you for choosing service. Thank you for choosing leadership, and thank you for choosing Wichita State University. And most importantly, thank you for reminding all of us what it means, what is possible when students lead with intention, care, and courage. Your willingness to step forward, to speak up, and to serve something larger than yourself has shaped this campus in ways that will ripple far beyond this year. I am deeply grateful for each of you and for each and every one of you. Thank you for the time that you sacrificed, the hard conversations you faced, and the belief that you carried in the power of student voice. You have earned more than just the recognition. You have earned the rare distinction of knowing that this campus, this community, and countless students are better because you were here and because you chose to lead. Congratulations to the 68th session of the Student Government Association. You have served with purpose, you have led with heart, and you have left a meaningful mark. As you move forward from this moment, remember this: nothing in life is impossible as long as you take the first step forward. This 68th session didn't just believe that, you lived it. And this campus will carry forward with that. Take pride in what you have accomplished and carry these lessons forward. Thank you all and have a good night.
We will now move into section 14, closing roll call.
For the final time for this session, voting is now open.
And please hurry since we're having our time deadline. We will now move into section 15, sign and die adjournment. Members of the association, with the honor and privilege of serving you and the business before the 68th session of the Student Government Association now concluded, by the authority vested in me by the power of the Constitution of the student body, this government will now be adjourned. Sign and die. I adjourn this meeting 9:59 p.m.
Hey, senators, clickers, please don't bring your clickers with you. Don't bring your clickers with you. Thank you.
And please, when you take your placards, don't take the plastic part. Please.